founder, and other FDC leaders. FDC, oye! One Uganda, one people. Ra, ah, cha. Yeah. And Honorable Salama Musumba is going to read us to roll call. Honorable Salam. Yeah.
Can you take your seats, please? Take your seats, please. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, in keeping with the Constitution, for this National Council to be constituted, we must take a roll call. And therefore, I'll start with Buganda, Kampala Central. Can you rise when I... Kampala, yes, Jethro. Makindye, where are you? Please talk like a man, eh? Correct. Kawempe, I want you all to talk like men. All right. No, we are all men now. Nakawa, Lubaga, Wachiso, Mukono, Buyikwe, Kayunga, not yet. Luero, not yet. Kasanda, not yet. Masaka district. Masaka city, present. Masaka district. Masaka city. Present. Liantonde. Bukoma Nsimbi. Chotera. Rakai. One people. Kalangala. Mpiji. Gomba. Absent. Sembabule. Butambala. Mitiana. Mubende. Chiboga. Nakasongola. Lwengo. Chankwanzi. Buvuma. Nakaseke. Kalungu. I am missing 5 districts from Buganda. Out of 31, I'm missing 5. I'm going to the Busoga region. Bujiri, I want you to answer like a man. Bujiri, Bugweri, Buyende, Iganga, Jinja district, Jinja city, Kaliro, Kamuli, Luka, Mayuge, Namaingo, Namutumba. I am missing 2 out of 12. I'm now on to Bukedi, Budaka, Busia, Butaleja, Butebo, Palisa, Tororo. Yes, I'm missing 2 out of 6. I'm going to Bugisu. This is Elgon, Bududa, Blambly, Manafa, Mbale City, Mbale District, Namisindwa, Sironko. I have 4 out of 7. Thank you. Sebei, Bukwo. I want you to talk like a man, please. Bukwo. Kapchora. Queen. Yes, thank you. I have 3 out of 3. Thank you. Teso, Sub-Region. Amria. Bukedea. Kabaramaido. Kabaramaido. Coming. Kalaki. Katakwi. Kapelebiong. Kumi. Ngora. Serere. Soroti District. Soroti City. Pardon? I have 5 out of 11. Karamoja, Abim, Amdat, Kabong, Karenga, Kotido, Moroto, Nabilatuk, Nakapiripirit, Napak. I have 4 out of 9. Acholi region, Agago, Amor, Gulu district, Gulu city, Kitgum, Lamo, Noya, Omoro, Pader. I have 5 out of 10. Out of 9, 5 out of 9. Lango, Apache, Kwania, Kole, Doholo, Oyam, Lira City, Otuhe, Aleptong, Amalatar. I'm missing 2. Thank you. West Nile, Pakwach, Nebi, Zombo, Madiokolo, Koboko, Ajumani, Marasha. I'm missing 2 out of 7. Yumbe, sorry. Ankole sub-region, Buhweju, Bushenyi, 1 people, Sinjiro, Kazo, Chiruhura, Mbara district, Mbara city, Mitoma, Ntungamo, Rubirizi, Rampara, Shema. Thank you. You are a man, yes. I have 10 out of 12 with an apology. Bunyoro. Blisa. Hoima District. Hoima City. Kagadi. Kakumiro. Kibale. Chikube. Masindi. I have 7 out of 8. Hoima? Hoima District, I did ask. Are you present? All right. Hoima District. Chiriandongo. Chiriandongo. Then I have 8 out of 9. Renzori. Bundibujo. Kasese. Ntoroko. Bunyangabu. I have 2 out of 2. 2 out of 4. Toro. Fort Poto. Kabarole. Kamwenje. Chitagwenda. Chiegegwa. Chenjojo. I have 1 missing. 1 out of 6. Mr. Chairman, I want to report we have quorum. Thank you. I apologize, Dr. Kamara. Chigezi. Kabale. Present. Chisoro. Present. Kanungu. Present. Rubanda. Present. Ruchiga. Rukunjire. Present. I confirm that I have quorum from the district leadership. I will now want to introduce the members of parliament present. Can you please rise? Because you constitute part of the... Yes, thank you very much. We have Dr. Kamara, we have Harold, we have Honorable Semuju, we have Honorable Mijuche. Others are on the way. I'll introduce them as they arrive. Members of NEC, can you rise? Can we now rise for the anthems? Can we have the Uganda anthem, East African anthem, and then Buganda anthem? Thank you very much. Can we have
Prayer led by Honorable Betty Muzanira.
Let us humble ourselves for a prayer. Almighty, the creator of all things, we thank you, Lord, for bringing us together as members of one family. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of life, love, and care bestowed upon us. In your hands, we commit our FDC leaders, members, supporters, all democratic forces, and all Ugandans. We pray, Lord, that you defend us against all harm and evil. Lord, give us wisdom and guidance in all our deliberations. Help us to always contribute in a frank, open, and precise manner. Blessings and be upon us now and forever. Amen.
No! One Uganda. One people. Ra. Cha. Cha cha cha. I am so happy to see you. God is great. All the time. Hey, hey. I'm so happy to see you because this is, to me, I was telling someone, this is a miracle. There is many, many new faces, and many didn't think we'll be here today. But here we are, alive and well. Well, children. Now, I introduce myself. I am, what am I? Ambassador Waswagidi Gwa, your party chairman for the last 8 years, and I have enjoyed every bit of it, including climbing walls. Yes, last time we met here, I had to come in a special way. They thought they would stop us. They deployed hundreds of soldiers, policemen, plus 250 kifes. But they could not handle the boy from Katwe. Born here, raised here, and I hope I die here. It's like me coming to your home. You know the panyas. Indio. Unajua panyas, Indio? Now, our program today, I have a lot to say, but definitely we don't have enough time, and we want you to go early enough so that you get home in time. So the program, we have already gone through a lot, and we have finished the roll call of anthems, prayers, and adoption of the agenda now. The agenda, the program, I need help. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the, because we need adoption of the agenda. So we are done. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure that what I said to you is the truth and nothing than the truth. So the agenda is communication with the chair, which you are now about to hear, already started although. Then you shall hear the reports from the President, the Secretary General, the Treasurer, and the EC. Then after that, we have to have a very dynamic plenary, whereby we will be heard. And please, don't be timid this time around. Say whatever you have on your chest, because you who are here today are going to help forge us ahead, show us the way forward. Where do we go from here? If we can achieve that today, and we go home with that, and we take that message back to our people, believe me, nobody can ever touch us again. Later on, we shall have also, after the plenary, we'll have, finally, the doctor speak on what he sees as the way forward. And after that, I guess we'll say goodbye to each other. Now, I have just a few words to say. The People's President, the Party President, Member of Parliament, members of the National Executive Committee, distinguished guests, council members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this National Council. Following the resolutions of the Extraordinary National Delegate Conference that was held here on 19 September 2023 at Katonga, the country will recall the attack on a meeting which was duly called by me, under the powers vested in the party chairman by the party constitution. In successfully holding the Extraordinary National Delegate Conference to plot to usurp the constitutional powers of the office of the FDC chair were foiled. The plot to capture the party were equally exposed. It is because of all our concerted efforts to rescue the soul of the Forum for Democratic Change that we have gathered here today. I indeed congratulate you all. We have not abandoned the mission for which the FDC was formed. As we gather here today, it is important to remind ourselves of our history and our mission so as to calibrate our future. Hon Salam Musumba, as a founder member, will provide us that 20 years journey. This council meeting, we receive reports and updates from the leaders on the mandate we have exercised following the resolutions of the Extraordinary National Delegate Conference. The council will also provide insights on the way forward. I wish to acknowledge and appreciate the enduring resilience of the change seekers countrywide. Unfortunately, we continue to lose some, inviting us to observe the minute of silence to honor those that we have recently lost, including Mr. Adam Murana, Hon. Cecilia Ogwal, Mzee Willison Romshoro from Isingiro, Haj Ahmed Makanga from Barara, Asimi Robert from Itiana, and also recently our member, Mr. Umurangira Walugembe. Ayala from Luero, Obo from Bujiri, our colleague Onyera lost a mother, and all those who have not yet been brought to my attention, may their souls rest in eternal peace. Could you kindly stand up and observe a minute of silence, kindly? May their souls rest in eternal peace. It's a great honor for me to welcome you once again, and I wish you fruitful deliberation. One Uganda, one people. One Uganda! One people! One people! One Uganda! I would have spoken more, but we don't have enough time. God bless you. I would like now to ask the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Salam Musumba, to come and address you. Honorable Salam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Allow me to welcome you too. Welcome to this National Council, dear council members. Allow me also to introduce the youth who make up part of the National Council. The youth, where are you? One people, one Uganda. And the women? One people. What the chairman has asked me to do is to recap a bit of who we are, and also to recap the journey that we have made to this point. And it's an honor for me to remind you and remind this country that it will be 20 years this year. 20 years this year of this journey of Forum for Democratic Change. I would want to hear a great applause of the 20 years of this struggle. One Uganda, one people. Those 20 years is what we represent here. An investment of human capital, an investment of aspirations, on a mission for democratic change. I want to remind us that Forum for Democratic Change was formed by 3 political entities. There was the Reform Agenda that was led by retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye. who then lived in exile in South Africa, arising out of the brutal 2001 general elections. There was the Parliamentary Advocacy Forum, led by the Honorable Augustine Ruzindana, that at the time was battling with the amendment of the Constitution, with the assault on the article that had been placed in the Constitution to safeguard and to bring about transition democratically. That was also joined by the National Democratic Forum, led by Chairman Chapa Karuhanga. The Forum for Democratic Change you see today does not belong to Najana Nkumbi. It belongs to us. The three entities that formed it. And I'm happy to be a witness and to bear true witness to what we formed. 20 years is a long time. I won't take you through all the building blocks. I just want to remind you of the milestones of that journey. We had a referendum in which the multi-party system of democracy was reinstated. And we had the first election of multi-party democracy in 2006. I am sure that those old enough to remember the brutality that met Forum for Democratic Change. In 2011, Forum for Democratic Change too engaged in the general elections, and so did we in 2016 and 2021. The main character of all these elections has been military brutality. You will recall how we were attacked under the command of Kale Kaihura and Kawesi, how they stole the assets of the party. All these assaults have not broken the resilience of the Forum for Democratic Change. I want us also to note that this journey is built on the blood, broken bones, graves, gunshot wounds, lost opportunity of so many people, who many cannot speak for themselves today, and who we happily represent, because the struggle is still in safe hands. Looking back, I think we can trace the enemy within from 2016. The enemy within, because the enemy without had failed us, had failed to destroy us. It's the enemy within. And that enemy within still exists. The enemy within has been weaponized. The enemy within is now a weapon of mass destruction, being used happily by the junta to destroy the remaining hope for change in this country. The enemy within has gotten new spokespersons. They speak vehemently. They recently said, you cannot work outside institutionalized politics. We were never made by institutionalized politics. We fought all the way to where we are. and we refuse to be put back in a prison that has been captured. And so we gather here not to lament about what has befallen us, because you're here, but to chart a way forward. We meet here because you cannot steal the elephant. The elephant called FDC, you cannot steal it. It's too big for you to steal. And so, in the mandate you have given us, we are seeking to repair, we are seeking to restore, we are also seeking to rebuild. And we stand tall and proud as organizers of change, defenders of change, guarantors of change. And we should be happy with ourselves. I am also happy to tell you that our history, which is even being made today, defines us as part of the solution for democratic change, not part of the problem. We are proud congregated national council that represent part of the solution that Uganda is faced with. I have given you part of that history, which will be documented, because we know that visuals are better than print. Our history this year will be recollected. You know, the videos and the audios that have been captured on this 20-year journey. And with that, I want to thank you. I want to encourage you. I want to send you back as a robust team that is working for change for Uganda. Thank you very much. One Uganda, one people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Salamu Musumba. Next on our agenda is a speech from our beloved President.
Fellow citizens, following the sequence of events, Uganda seems to be at political crossroads.
I'm not a servant of anybody.
Madam, I know the law.
As such, Alternative Digital brings you the Interface Show with retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besuje.
Let's keep on the same page.
Most welcome. This is your home. Happy to see you. Our party chairman who convened this particular meeting, our founding president who also happens to be our patriarch, the honorable members of parliament present and members of NEC, all of you colleagues, members of the National Council, comrades, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. This is the report of the leadership I have championed since the 19th day of September last year. And it's a report that incorporates all the reports of other secretaries. It's a synopsis. It's a summarized one. There are copies which are going to circulate, but those who have managed to get, please endeavor to share. It's my singular honor and privilege to welcome you all to Katonga, the home of struggle. I wish to appreciate you all for finding time amidst your very busy schedules. We are definitely alive to all the hardships you have encountered along the way and also endured all through the protracted struggle. We salute you and encourage you to persevere and hold the fort. I thank you very members. I thank you very much, colleagues. This year, 2024, as observed by the Honorable Salam Musumbe here, marks 2 decades of the existence of the Forum for Democratic Change Party, having been birthed on the 16th day of December 2004, following the historic decision at Bonita Gardens on the 7th day of August 2004, where 3 formations, to wit, Reform Agenda, Parliamentary Advocacy Forum, National Democratic Forum, agreed to formally merge and midwife the beloved FDC we see today. However, I note with a heavy heart and concern that this mighty institution that has grown by leaps and bounds over the years and weathered all kinds of storm as a vanguard of democratic governance, civil liberties, and social justice, has of recent faced serious existential threats orchestrated by the junta in collusion with their proxies currently holed up at Najanankumbi. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the FDC, it is incumbent upon us, all the bona fide members of the party and the well-wishers, to galvanize, summon, and direct all our energies towards achieving the mission and ideals of the FDC, for which our forefathers, comrades, and many members have painstakingly sacrificed, with some paying the ultimate price. It's on that premise that the delegates who assembled at an extraordinary National Delegates Conference that convened at this very place where we are today, on the 19th of September 2003, took a bold step to stave off a coup against the party constitution that had been orchestrated and masterminded by a handful of individuals who were unfortunately hitherto at the helm of the party leadership. I speak with confidence that the 19th September day 2023 day will remain in the annals of our party as a very significant day where guarantee members of the party took a commendable decision of warding off the evil maneuvers of the junta that had crept into the nerve center of the mighty FDC. Those who have a text, you can correct that. That had crept into the mighty FDC. You took a bold step, and we need to pat each other at the back. That decision is laudable. It's a laudable decision. Posterity will appreciate it. For the record, that delegates braved and defied all monstrous obstacles or hostile environment, brutality, tear gas, mayhem, and marauding key-face gangs, amongst others, and unanimously made the following resolutions. 1. Extension of the FDC party leadership by 6 months from 8th October to 2023. You recall the extended leadership was to expire on that day of 8th October or thereabout 2023. And when members assembled here, they said that leadership is extended for 6 months. 2, the second resolution to put in place an interim electoral commission to organize free, fair, transparent, and credible internal party elections. The commission comprised of Honorable Michael Kabaziguruka as the Chief Electoral Commissioner and the 3 other members, to wit, Honorable Jaka Wamai Wamanga, Dr. Elizabeth Chiwarabye, Mr. Bone Ogongson. 3, the third resolution, the Delegates Conference suspended the following members from the leadership of the party. Number 1, the then party leader president, Engineer Amuriat Oboy, was suspended. The then Secretary General, Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafari, suspended. And the then Treasurer General, Honorable Geoffrey Kanya, was also suspended. Number 4, during the suspension, the deputies then, that is the Honorable His Worship Elias Lukwago, Interim President. While Honorable Francis Mwijushe and Harold Kaija were assigned the duties of Treasurer General and Secretary General, respectively. Number 5, the delegates set aside the fraudulent elections that had been organized by Mr. Toterebuka Bamwenda. That was done here. 6, the National Executive Committee was tasked to set up a disciplinary committee to expeditiously investigate the suspended leaders. 7, National Executive Committee was further instructed to challenge in courts of law the October 6th illegal delegates conference. Mr. Chairman and honorable members, I would like to once again extend my profound gratitude to the delegates and the entire membership of the party for the trust they put in my team to steer the party during this interim period. I would like to express that gratitude to you, colleagues. I, however, hasten to add that during this tumultuous period, it has been a roller coaster journey characterized by malicious propaganda, sabotage by our detractors, and logistical challenges, among other things. The challenges notwithstanding, it is a constitutional obligation and a call for all of us to continue with the struggle with grit, with resilience, with fortitude. I wish on this note to appreciate our founding president, Dr. Kizza Besigye, and our hereda, who happens to be in exile, the Honorable Chapaka Ruhanga, for providing us with a home and a command post where we are gathered today, and all other forms of support in innumerable ways. We are more than gratified, Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye and the entire team. Similar gratitude is extended to you all members for the invaluable support and sacrifices made in various ways, in many ways that I cannot explain here. You are all, even being here, you are sacrificing. On a daily basis, you are sacrificing. Kudos, colleagues. At this juncture, Mr. Chairman and honorable members, permit me to present to you a synopsis of the activities and actions taken in execution of the mandate entrusted to us. Number 1, suspension and disciplinary action. Immediately upon assuming office, we extracted the aforesaid resolutions of the delegates conference and submitted or registered the same with the Electoral Commission as required under the law, with the demand that the record should capture the true position of the party. Unfortunately, and characteristic of the Commission, up to now, they are yet to respond to our communication. The same resolutions were forwarded to the banks, our banks, where we have accounts, but still no positive response is delivered to us. The imposters continue to receive statutory funds from the Electoral Commission and spend the same illegally with reckless abandon, and they are not accounting to members. Our efforts to pursue the disciplinary committee or processes have been a bit thwarted by a number of impediments, details of which shall be shared with you in due course. The foregoing notwithstanding, the position remains that those leaders are still under suspension, no matter the posturing and the grandstanding. Have you heard that? They remain on suspension. I'm glad to report to you that all bona fide and well-intentioned members countrywide and in the diaspora, have roundly rejected them, and they are left with no iota of credibility. Litigation. Members, as you are aware, the imposters had engineered machinations to fraudulently secure a court order from Lady Justice Esther Nambayo to forestall the 19th September Extraordinary Delegates Conference, but all in vain. The purported court order was never extended. There was an interim order which was never extended and not served on the chairman here, and it lapsed on 18th September on the eve of our delegates conference. Their matter was extended to 4th October we don't know what happened to the same. Therefore, our delegates conference was lawfully convened, and the resolutions thereof are still binding and have never been challenged in any courts of law. They are binding. We also proceeded to file a civil suit in the High Court, number 387 of 2023, Ambassador Waswabirigwa and 27 others, versus Boniface Teterebuka Bamwenda, challenging the processes that were being undertaken to hold the delegates conference at Ipatida Samuji Rugogo on the 6th day of October 2023 under the rubrics of Teterebuka Bamwenda Commission. We specifically sought for a permanent injunction restraining the impostors, their agents, servants, and or employees acting under them from A, holding the office of the Chief Electoral Commissioner of FDC without the express mandate of the National Delegates Conference, that is the Honorable Teterebuka Bamwenda. 2, an injunction also restraining them from holding or presiding over the internal elections for the leadership of the structures of the FDC. 3, restraining them from convening the National Delegates Conference that was slated for 6th October to elect members of NEC. Mr. Chairman and distinguished members, the aforesaid suit is still subsisting. It had been allocated to Justice Musa Sekana, but we requested the matter be placed before a different judge. In that suit, we had filed an interlocutor application seeking for a temporary injunction to stop the Partida Samuji purported delegates conference of October 6, 2023. Unfortunately, in his midnight ruling on the eve of the purported delegates conference, Justice Sekana declined to grant it, giving spurious reasons that it had been brought in bad faith. The fortunate bit is that the decision of Justice Sekana did not clothe their impaned delegates conference with legality or legitimacy. And we have since reinforced our legal team with very senior lawyers to seek to court relief, quashing everything that they did. And our legal team is having sleepless nights, burning midnight candles, working around the clock to have whatever they resolved, quashed, and put into where it belongs, that is the dustbin. Internal elections and party structures. The delegates conference set up an electoral commission chaired by Honorable Michael Kabaziguruka to organize transparent, free and fair or credible internal party elections. However, we suffered some setbacks in that the commission chairperson got some serious health challenges, and it's by the grace of God that is with us here. And this hampered his effort, his ability to execute that mandate. The foregoing notwithstanding, we managed to proceed with the task, and where we stand today, structures have been built at villages, at village, parish, sub-county, constituency, and district level across the country. We must commend you for the commitment, zeal, passion, for your active participation and involvement in this exercise, which has been largely successful despite the limited resources and other challenges. We are left with only a few areas to be completed, and the processes will culminate into the final stage of the National Delegates Conference that has been scheduled for 19th March 2024, the notice that was given by the National Chairman to have the Delegates Conference that day. So areas where we have not finalized, please proceed as soon as practicable to finalize those exercises or processes expeditiously. Collaboration with other forces of change. In addition to the aforesaid resolutions, NEC had to take on additional assignments, not assignment, as anchored in the FD strategic plan of enhancing collaboration with other forces of change. The strategic plan is here with me. 2022-2027. We launched this at Najana Nkumbi headquarters. And we made a commitment to collaborate with other forces of change to dislodge the junta from power, regain control of the state authority, and hand over power to the people who are the owners of this country. In our strategic plan, we agreed to continue with our strategy of defiance and non-violent struggle. In advancement of the said strategy, we had to jointly work with the other forces of change, and we have had a series of engagements, meetings, public appearances, and a number of activities that we have handled jointly with other forces of change. I am pleased to inform you that we have cemented the bond with different formations, and on 16th of January 2024, we hosted here at Katonga a joint press conference to pass on the message, a New Year message that would give direction to Ugandans on how to regain their sovereignty. The press conference was addressed by our patriarch, Dr. Kizza Besigye, NUP President, the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi, Honorable Winnie Kizza on behalf of Auntie, Dr. Lulu Mebayega for DP Progressive Forces, Council Peter Warubiri for UPC, again Progressive UPC, PPP President Saddam Gaira, among others, who made a passionate call to all Ugandans to rise up and challenge the junta through demonstrations and political activism. We thank all of them for the solidarity. We had lined up a series of joint activities countrywide, starting with Kampala, Lira, and Iganga. For Kampala, we had an activity to awaken the people of Kampala about the deplorable state of infrastructure, which is decayed, yet colossal sums of money have been borrowed. The Kampala activity coincided with the NAM and G77 plus China conference that was used as an excuse by the junta to use its brutal arm to thwart all our efforts. Some of us, myself, Dr. Besigye, and the Honorable Kyagulanyi, were detained in our respective homes and kept under house arrest illegally and incommunicado for a week, a whole week, save for the Honorable Kyagulanyi, who applied Dr. Kizza Besigye's yes, of getting out of incarceration momentarily. That notwithstanding, we remain resilient and resolute, and we shall continue with several other activities to be rolled out in the coming days. And I humbly appeal to you members to embrace all the programs of forces of change. Observations. It cannot be gainsaid that party members are engrossed in a rather intricate conversation about the future trajectory of our beloved party and the struggle at large. At the National Executive Committee level, are we together, colleagues? Let me repeat this. This is the gist of the matter now. It cannot be gainsaid that party members are engrossed in a rather intricate conversation about the future trajectory of our beloved party and the struggle at large. At the National Executive Committee level, which I preside over, we have had occasion to critically reflect on the ongoing labyrinthine debate about the trajectory of our struggle, and we deemed it prudent and imperative to present to you members of the National Council the various permutations as suggested and presented by different members here and in diaspora for your consideration and consensus building. Underline that statement. Number one, these are different permutations and suggestions. Don't hold them onto me or any individuals. This is what we are gathering from all of you. We have interacted with all of you in various ways. Number one, a wide section of the members hold a firm position that we should continue with the fight to rescue our party, evict the imposters, and regain control of our party headquarters at Najana Nkumbi, and do all what it takes through litigation and other means to bring back the party onto the rail. This will inevitably involve finalizing the processes of constituting a legitimate and lawful leadership of the party through a delegates conference scheduled for 19th March 2024. Is it well understood, colleagues? That is option number one. Two, There has also been a call for reconciliation, particularly coming from the imposters at Najjanankumbi. As NEC, we have been categorical on our response that for this proposal to be considered subject to opinion, the imposters must denounce their nefarious conduct and scandal.
Fellow citizens, following the sequence of events, Uganda seems to
Yes,
be
I
at
want to
political
repeat
crossroads.
number 2. There has also been a call for reconciliation, particularly coming from the imposters at Najjanankumbi. As NEC, we have been categorical in our response that for this proposal to be considered, the imposters, their nefarious conduct and scandals, which include the coup they are perpetrating because they are continuing to commit treason against the party, the chaos and mayhem they have caused at Najjanankumbi, including bringing goons to take it up as a garrison, and apologize for the public odium they have invited to the party. They have subjected us to public odium, so they should apologize for the same. They must stop holding out as leaders of the party and vacate Najjanankumbi. If they are to be retained as a member of the party, they have to go through some cleansing exercise. And exorcising the ghost which is haunting us now. 3. Given protracted struggle, it's only human that some people get fatigued. Therefore, there is a section of members who have moved a rather novel proposal that since the vision, heart, and soul of members of the party reside here at Katonga, the bona fide members who are still committed to the struggle to push back against the junta should consider getting a new brand and move on with the vision of building a new Uganda with the new institutions. Hey, I told you, please, these are different permutations for your consideration, not for applause. This would essentially entail having a new political formation. No holds barred. I present it as is. And these are the views we have gathered as NEC members from all of you, and we sum them up for your consideration. 4. There are members who are pessimistic about the viability of political parties under a military junta. And they are advancing a rather radical proposal that we establish a social movement akin to the reform agenda, advance the struggle to its logical conclusion, and the members will have a party belonging once we establish a constitutionally functional state structure. There are those who have that view. Is it well understood? The final one, number 5, it is also a fact that, regrettably, some of our members have chosen to acquire new addresses and continue with their journey under new banners. Unfortunately, that shouldn't have been a unilateral decision. In the journey we have walked, we have traveled, we need to sit together, agree, and move as a team. In the premises, I hereby invite you, honorable members, to have a candid and frank deliberation about their aforesaid permutations with a view of generating a consensus on the most appropriate and viable course of action that will enable us march in a single file with fortitude until we reach the promised land for God and my country.
Thank you, Mr. President. A big applause for the President. Thank you. I think you are noting observations, questions, whatever you want to ask. Allow me now to invite our Chief Whip in Parliament, Honorable Semujunganda, to highlight on what is happening there. Mr. Rather Honorable Semujunganda. And
Mr. Chairman, the FDC President, retired Dr. Kiza Besigye, the patron of our struggle, my colleagues, members of Parliament who are here, I'll make specific mention of the Honorable Salam Mutsumba for reasons I'll say later. And Philip Wafulogutu, the father of my career, members of NEC, members of the FDC National Council, ladies and gentlemen, one Uganda, one people. I want to interest you. There is information that cannot be hidden. We borrowed money from World Bank during the COVID period. Part of that money was spent on buying vaccines. We now as a country have vaccines that have expired worth 300 billion shilling. Part of the money we borrowed from the World Bank. We are now waiting for the money from Gavi, which is meant to finance other health care, to destroy the expired vaccines. You need to interest yourself in the report of the Auditor General. Uganda now has a debt close to 100 trillion that we need to pay. But you can see those who are leading the country, the way they are enjoying. I recently published some, I'm not sure they were all, a list of Museveni's convoy of 70 vehicles. The wife has another set, the son has. They also have vehicles for households to bring them tomato and onions. Yet there are no ambulances in public facilities. So the struggle we are involved in is not just a struggle to go and rescue Najana Nkombi. And if we did, then we should throw a party and celebrate that now we have taken over Najana Nkombi. That's not our struggle. The struggle we are involved in is to rescue Uganda. Dr. Besigye and his colleagues who went to Luwero, at the time of departure from Uganda to go to Luwero to fight, they were Uganda Patriotic Movement, UPM. He knows when they became NRA.
Fellow citizens, following the sequence
So the name of the
events,
platform
Uganda
under
seems
which
to
you are
be
fighting
at political
to free yourself, for me, does not matter. Otherwise, Dr. Besigye and those with whom they went to Luwero would have returned here as Uganda Patriotic Movement, but they returned as NRA. There are people who are sentimental about this, and I know now I am scratching your wound. When you think about the journey the Honorable Salam Mutsumba has spoken about of 20 years, there are those who can't let the FDC go. They would rather go and get buried with it. Please count me out, and I want to apologize to you. I want to be and spend the rest of my career fighting to rescue Uganda, not fighting to rescue Najana Nkumi. Those who are there are crying. So I go and join them and we do what? We should not behave like NRM people. The other day they were lined up like children to go and shake hands and take photos with Museveni's son. Then in the corridors of parliament they are crying. Do you know what they have done to us? To invite members of the council and all the FDC where you are. Dr. West led us here 2011 when we went on street protest during the walk to work. We started as FOC. So we started here protesting as Action for Change, FOC. Midway M7 took over FOC. We became For God and My Country. And we are willing to continue changing names because for me the name does not matter. Please, those of you who are sentimental about FDC and you don't imagine yourself doing politics, the circumstances may force you to call yourself a different name. Museveni is Yoweri Museveni Tibuhaburwa. During Luwero, he was Kasim. I don't know how many other names he has had. So the obsession, I see it among our colleagues here. And I'm just inviting you. And that serves also to tell you we are in this together. I received many phone calls. People, are you now leaving us? So when I leave you, I go and do what? So we're in this together. That's why even with FDC, you will see Dr. Wesije speaking and trying to unite all the forces that are fighting for freedom. Because even with FDC, it is not enough. So I want to assure you we are in it together. We will work together until our country is rescued. Maybe I should also tell colleagues who are in the media, because they keep asking me now, where are you going next? I am fighting for Uganda, I'm going nowhere. I am still here and I will join hands with everybody, with anyone who wants to fight for Uganda. I think that answers those of you who have been calling me. So in Parliament, that's the struggle we are involved in. Every day you discover they have stolen this. As you are chasing them, you find they have stolen something else. And I don't think they are about to stop. And I want to thank my colleagues who have been steady, colleagues who are here. You see, Parliament can be very difficult. At a level of a Parliament, you think someone is empowered. Today is with you, tomorrow is calling you from home. I am with you, but I am unable to come and be with you in public. And he's an MP. Please don't worry, we are still together. But that together he wants to associate with you in hiding. So those of you who are here, don't think that you're liberating only yourselves. Even the people at the parliamentary level need to be liberated. So I want to thank you very much. That's what we are involved in Parliament. We will continue fight. And please, we want to assure you we are in this together. We will work together. And one day Uganda will be free. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable
Fellow
Semiju.
citizens,
Another applause.
following the sequence of events, Uganda seems to be at political crossroads.
I'm not a servant of anybody.
Madam, I know the law.
As such, Alternative Digital brings you the Interface Show with retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besuje.
Let's keep on the same page on Alternative Digital.
As he gives you the alternatives on the transition question, rule of law, human rights and freedom, youth inclusion in governance, economic stagnation, as he confirms.
I'll be always here, Saturday from 10 a.m. in the morning. Be there.
Don't miss the live discussion on the Alternative Uganda, Digitalk TV Facebook pages, and the Alternative Uganda YouTube.
Honorable Mwishe Francis Buhweshu. Honorable Kabaziguruka, our former MP Nakawa East. Honorable Betty Muzanira, former one MP Rukunjiri District. We have apologies from Honorable Nyakato, Asinas, Hoima District, Hoima City, and the other members who are on the way coming, especially the members of Parliament. We want to thank you. Now, on the program, we want to hear from our Secretary General, Honorable Kaija, Harold Kaija.
One Uganda, one people. God is good all the time. Can you clap for our Almighty God? Our party chairman, Omulongo Ambassador Wasabirigwa, our party president, Your Worship, Senior Counsel, Elias Lukwago, our founding father, who we call the foundation, and now the chairman, Rukunjiri Municipality, Dr. Kiza Besije. Congratulations for that position we had. NEC members, members of parliament, council members, you are most welcome this morning to the command center, Katonga. On behalf of the FDC Secretariat and my own behalf, I welcome you to this historic National Council, which will go in the history of our country as a landmark in our journey to redirect our struggle towards liberating our country from the captivity of the junta. Mr. Chairman, allow me to congratulate all members who have been elected chairpersons in various districts. We want to congratulate you so much. Thank you for participating in the structure elections. For the first time, we have put in place solid structures at the villages. Thank you for that work. If I was able, I would clap for you, but you can clap on my behalf. We want to thank you for entrusting us, myself and my colleagues, the responsibility to make this little noble contribution of steering our struggle as an interim Secretary General for the period. I must say, it has been a memorable experience, which I took with a lot of pride. The task came with a lot of challenges that have shaped me a lot. I must thank the Right Honorable Philip Wafula Ogutu, Muzei Bakanonda, who apparently is unwell, who lent me their shoulder to lean on. Uncle Wafula Ogutu, as our CEO of our secretariat, has been my rock and without him, I would have broken. He has given me daily management tutorials. Mr. Chairman and Council members, as you are aware, we are given titles with no office spaces. As we are here, told us, Mr. President, no office. Secretary General office. Treasurer General office. But as the President highlighted here, would want to thank Dr. Kiza Besigye and Mzee Chapakarwanga for housing us. Now, if you go in the parks, on the streets, they tell you, you are going to the FDC offices. So now the address, they lent us this address. You must really thank them and pray for them. Possibly would be on the streets doing your work. For giving a shout as to PG lent us secretarial staff and equipment for free. The young men who have been engaging you are part of the land infrastructure we have been using to date. This including Waiswa Latif Maido, who became our cabinet, our next secretary. He's our cow. He's like yesterday, we are just the two of us here running things. Clap for that young man and coordinating the Eastern desk. I have Henry Buyondo, that young lawyer of mine, who was coordinating Northern Uganda. I have Mr. Ronald Mohinda, Lydia Mugasho, Charles Nkonge, and Dr. Kwaro. Thank you so much for the work you have to see that we get here. You know, Secretary, we eventually became a team. We have my chairman, Sam Makoha. You know, we extended it. We did not want to pay a man, so it has been a lot of consultation to make sure that we patch up this thing and we get here. Mr. Chairman, on the 19th September, Miraculous Delegates Conference, there were resolutions which have been eventually been read to you by the President. I do not want to repeat them. I want just go ahead to talk about the activities we've engaged in. Mr. Chairman and Council members, in a move to grow capacity building in our ranks, we are able to organize a successful training of youth and women. I know some of you around the country, we had a serious training here of the youth and women because we realized that the reason why people are bored is because they're grounded in ideology, they do not grounded in the struggle and the mission we want to pursue. That training was a training that empowered many of our youth we think have been useful in the building of the structures you're having today in the country. Mr. Chairman and Council members, we have been able to organize weekly National Executive Council meetings every week. Please clap for those NEC members, the sacrifice they've given. Every week on Thursday, we sit here, deliberate on the course of action in as far as where we want to be. We want to thank all the sacrifices by all members of NEC. We are also, as this conference, as Secretariat, we are able to organize the founders meeting. Some of you attended it, which was in Namugongo, and many issues were raised, of which that have guided our work to this day. It included, was in Kira municipality, included founders from around the country, and also others from the diaspora. We had colleagues from the UK and the US who came to speak about the party and have actually gave a lot of input and ideas that we think can drive this struggle to where we want to go. Mr. Chairman, the President talked about the cooperation with other democracy-seeking members, in which as Secretariat, we organized a presser here. We became part of the team. We became as a team. We joined others in praying for the human rights abuses in this country. You saw us joining, visiting our colleagues at the NUP headquarters. Remember when others thought we were actually going to be sold. Now when they came here, those tractors had to be acquired because now we would be buying around for political parties. Mr. Chairman, I also want to inform the council that as a team here, we participated in the demonstration of the planting of bananas. You saw the president planting and others, planting of trees, bananas in the potholes to show me, so because Mr. Museveni was showing his case that Uganda was a good place to live in. And it showed that actually non-violent struggle work. Immediately, everywhere we put a banana plantation, the road was. Wherever where the doctor was, it was fixed. Aprokagwa was fixed. So possibly, if all of us had engaged in that demonstration, possibly all the roads in Uganda would have been fixed. Go to a hospital that is not fixed, go to school, and all that. I won't talk about the court cases. Our president has addressed them. The structure elections, we supported the chairman EC. He's going to come and address you. I won't really discuss about that, but my team was very instrumental in backing up the EC to make sure that we have structures. We have had challenges in as far as running this program is concerned. We have had challenges of finances. As you are aware, we never inherited a single shilling. We've been depending on the finance, on your contributions. And basically, I want you to thank members of parliament. Members of parliament and other well-wishers who have made their contributions to make sure that we keep afloat. The demonization from Mr. Museveni's accomplices were in Najana Nkumbi. The propaganda and some inadequate commitment by our colleagues. Finally, I want to talk about the upcoming events. As Secretariat, we are working on the National Delegates Conference, which is supposed to be on the 19th of May, 2024. Then the other program that we have in a pipeline are the countrywide outreaches, where we are supposed to come and visit your areas, the 21 sub-regions, where we intend to have a package that has a meeting of leaders, all our leaders consult them, to have rallies so that we engage the general public, and also have radio programs. We believe that your cooperation will be highly needed. So in conclusion, let's face the politics of our land with the best understanding it deserves, for it is determining of all our ways of life from birth to extinction. According to Haywood, politics is the art and practice of the authority to allocate benefits, rewards, and penalties. It involves the power, which is one's ability to do it, and the authority, which is the right to do it. It is so who gets what, when, and how. I want to wish you a good day today. Deliberate and define the destiny of our party and struggle. One Uganda, one people, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Members, allow me to introduce to you our statesman, our elder, and the man who is behind all this.
Mr. Chairman, the apologies from the Deputy President, Honorable P.P. Okin. He had an emergency home. I have an apology of Honorable Wamang Wamai. We had an apology of Honorable Nyakato. We have an apology from William Nzo. He's supposed to face his lecturer, but will come a little late. They told me I should inform you of what is happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was introducing to you our statesman, our elder, and the man who is behind all this, Right Honorable Wafula Ogutu. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you so much. Now, we are going to use only 5 minutes to allow members of parliament to say hi to us. Members of parliament, please. Led by Honorable Mwiche, Dr. Batua.
One Uganda, one people, Ra, Cha, Party President, Party Chairman, Dr. Kano Kizabesije and the leadership of the party as the protocol was earlier established. I'm a very good friend of DC, and I'm glad to be here with you today. The single message I want us to share is that the struggle has changed. Earlier on, it was very clear. We earlier knew the person we are tackling. But the person we are tackling has now changed. The person we are tackling, President Museveni and his party, has now hired a part of us. So we have the opposition of the people, and we also have the opposition of Museveni. We have the opposition of the people and the opposition of... So the struggle is now complex in that matter, but we shall overcome. So these people are confronting us, and the real people we were countering earlier are also confronting us. So the struggle has doubled, but we shall overcome. We thank the leadership of FDC for having redeemed the party, for having redeemed the integrity of the party. The people behind us have a lot of trust in us, and they believe we are going to change this country. They can't, not even for 1 minute, see one of our legs working together with the party in government that has disappointed us. So we thank you very much for having redeemed us and put us together with the ordinary Ugandan. Thank you very much. One Uganda, one people. Ra! Fdc Woye! Dr. Kano Kizabesije Woye! Thank you very much.
One Uganda, one people. Again, my name is Muhindo Harold Tony, representing the people of Bukonzo East. The chairman, the party president, our founder, the established protocol, I salute everyone. I want to say two things. First of all, to bring greetings and commitment of the people of Kasese towards the struggle of liberating Uganda. I am sure, like any other district, we have the imposters try to infiltrate, but I want to register that with Kasese, we have over 90% subscription of the FDC headed towards the ideology that is sitting here in Katonga. The second point I want to make, really thank the representation of FDC that is here. I was here when roll call was made. Every other part of this country has come here with leadership. I want to thank you, the real FDC, the real representation of the people, and the real commitment towards change is what we are seeing here. Thank you for coming. One Uganda. One people.
The chairman, the party president, our founder, honorable members of parliament, protocol as observed, ladies and gentlemen. One Uganda, one people, Ra. My name is Dr. Nicholas Kamara, a member of parliament for Kabale municipality. I have messages and greetings from the people of Kigezi, and they assure you that they are with you. The last time the imposters visited Kabale, they were repulsed badly. When they appeared on radio, they got very, very complicated questions which they couldn't answer. They moved to Ankole, they moved to Rukunjiri. The story was the same. We are still very, very firm on the ground. I'm a medical doctor, and I've seen many people die. And what I know also as a Christian, I know is that when somebody dies,
There is also something called the soul, but the body remains there. I can tell you that the body is at Najanankumbi and the soul is here. Finally, I want to thank you so much, and I want to thank our leadership for organizing us. I'm very, very glad to be part of history, because I know one time I will be counted as a man who stood to liberate this country. I want to thank you. One Uganda, one people, thank you.
One Uganda, one people. My name is Francis Mwijuche and I come from Buhweju. You've seen somebody masquerading as representing Buhweju in FDC moving around. But the chairperson of Buhweju District FDC is here. Mr. Tumwine, please stand up. One Uganda, one people. So please don't listen to the imposters. They hired people. That is one. But two, the members of parliament, some are already with us, as you can see. Others will be joining us along the way. And that is what usually happens in parliament. We don't move together. Members of parliament have many interests. So they will be moving with us along the way. I have been challenging the journalists and the Najanankumbi imposters who are saying that people have moved from Katonga to Najanankumbi, especially members of parliament. I said, let them give us the names. I challenged them to give us names. I remember one journalist from one of the media called me and said, people have gone. I said, give me the names. Just one name. I said, they have picked forms of interest. I said, give me one name. Just take a picture. They are not there. Because identifying with Najanankumbi is suicide. Anybody who wants to contest again, and you identify with Najanankumbi, you are gone. So the members of parliament know that identifying with Najanankumbi, you are identifying with the dictator. If you identify with the dictator, you are identifying, you're going against your voters. You are going against the people. So we know that soon, rather than later, the members of parliament, all of them will be with us, and we shall push and make sure that we liberate this country. Finally, like it has been said, I am the acting Treasurer General, and so I want to thank you. The former Treasurer General never handed over office. He's still moving around masquerading as a Treasurer General. And so we have been surviving on your goodwill, on your good faith, on your spirit, and you have been funding most of these activities. You pay for your accommodation, you pay for your food, you know you sacrifice transport. We want to thank you. Thank you very much. One Uganda, one people.
Thank you so much, our beloved members of parliament. Thank you. Electoral Commission, sir. Just highlight and thank the members, because we have been seeing all over the country people voting. Thank you so much.
The party chairman, the founding president of our party, the party president, the members of parliament, the members of NEC, members of the National Council, comrades, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kabaziguru Kamaiko, our party Chief Electoral Commissioner, the interim Chief Electoral Commissioner. As you may recall, when the National Delegates Conference sat here on the 19th of September 2023, a number of resolutions were passed, among which were the constitution of an interim electoral commission, chaired by myself, with Chewalabye, Honorable Manga Wamai, and Mr. Ongongson Boni as members of the commission. And that commission was tasked to undertake an exercise of rebuilding the party structures. It has not been easy, but I want to report to you, members of the council, that we have, to a very large extent, executed the mandate that was given to us. The challenges notwithstanding, I want to congratulate all of you, members, who have made it here. The elections have not been easy because we operated without a budget, but we operated with your goodwill. You members sacrificed. You sacrificed your resources, the finance, the time, to take part in the elections. So I want to congratulate you and thank you so much. I also want to request you to continue to do all the residual elections. We are communicating to the districts to continue and conduct the residual elections and also do the refills where gaps exist. And finally, as I conclude, I want to thank the team that has really done this work. As the party president earlier communicated, I had some challenges, health challenges, but that notwithstanding, the exercise continued. I want to thank Dr. Chiwalabye, Honorable Amai, and also Mr. Ngong, who stood in. But most importantly, I want to thank the team at the Secretariat that has done the bulk of the work. Thank you for the support. And I want to tell you that we are committed to seeing through all the residual elections and finally also conduct a free and fair election at the next delegates conference as scheduled. Thank you so much. One Uganda, one people, for God and my country.
Thank you, our Chairman, Electoral Commission, Honorable Michael Kawaziguruka. Apologies from Right Honorable Aol Betty Ochan. She has not been feeling well for the last 1 week, and she's promising that she's going to join us a bit late, but she's on her way coming. Next on the agenda is our beloved founder, retired, not tired, Colonel Kiza Besigye. Please stand up. Wherever we are, we want to assure you that we are behind you, and all this time you have been leading us, and we trust you actually. As our founder is coming, our Right Honorable Betty Ochan has arrived. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, before you sit down, please, before you sit down, I'd like to request you most solemnly to observe a minute of silence in honor, in remembrance of the young man who sang that song and whom we laid to rest this last week. Minute of silence. May the Almighty Lord rest the soul of Adam Mulwana in peace. Resume your seats, please. The chair of the National Council, the Honorable Waswa Biligwa, the deputy chairs, Mr. President Salongo Elias Lukwago, the deputy presidents, members of the National Executive Committee who are gathered here, the honorable members of Parliament, district leaders who have assembled here today from the districts of Uganda, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is indeed fitting to also first acknowledge our Lord God by saying that God is good. And all the time, that's his nature. Give a loud clap, please. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. One Uganda, one people, Ra. Very, very glad to be here and to see all of you once again. And it's gratifying that in spite of the hard times and tough road on which we are walking, I can see still you have a smile on your faces. That's why God is good indeed. When the situation is tough, the tough get going. And I'm really pleased that your resilience is displayed today. And I'd like to thank our interim or acting president, who is also the Lord Mayor of our capital city, for the report that he has presented to us after this time in office. Thank you very much for that report that shows that there has been tremendous success on the tasks that were entrusted to the leadership for the 6 months. And indeed, success must be acknowledged because we have a new national council sitting here today that arises out of real elections, not selections. And of course, you have heard of the times in which they have been able to do this have not been easy. Working from exile without any resources and to do a lot of things that required to be done and in a very short spell of time. So The President, I think, communicated in his report that as we gather today, we cannot avoid considering where we need to go. The Honorable Salam Musumba reminded us where we are coming from. And how we arrived here. The challenges that we sit here while still experiencing are well known to all of you. So it's an important question, where are we going? And you are the leaders, so you are the ones to answer it. The National Council is the second highest organ of the FDC, next to the Delegates Conference. And in fact, when the Delegates Conference is not able to sit, all the decisions that are required to be taken by the Delegates Conference fall on the National Council. You become the supreme organ if the supreme organ is not there. So as we talk now, you are the supreme organ, because the other supreme organ is yet to be. And therefore, you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders to consider how to move from here, and especially to offer leadership in going wherever we need to go. Leadership. And so, I think I was asked to make some remarks, not as the chairman of Rukunjiri. And I am not the chairperson of Rukunjiri. I think the chairperson of Rukunjiri must be here. There is somebody who is the chairperson of Rukunjiri. Rukunjiri continues to create a lot of challenges in how they organize themselves. Because I heard they were in a lot of commotion yesterday only in order to get somebody to come to this meeting. It's a bit of a shame that the place that should be leading in showing how things are done, because we are all from there who should provide that kind of leadership, but there is quite a bit of confusion in that area. So I'm not here as the chair of Rukunjiri. I'm here, I think, as one of you who has been here among the longest and been involved at every turn and corner of what has been happening. And so I think they asked me to make remarks that derive from that kind of experience. And I won't be making many remarks, because when you make many remarks, they are forgotten. I want us to really consider two things, and if we consider them well, we should be done. The first one I heard as the speech or report of the party president ended, the last words he read out were that, pardon? The journalists. Oh, but they are still facing my words. It's the other way. The last words on his speech was that in the premises, the big premises he had built, I hereby invite you honorable members to have a candid and frank deliberation or deliberations about the aforesaid permutations, possibilities, with a view of generating a consensus on the most appropriate and viable course of action that will enable us march in a single file with fortitude until we reach the promised land. Those were the last words that he said. So what is the promised land? Which is this promised land? We need to be clear where we are going, because we may think we are going to the promised land when we have different ideas of where that promised land is. What exactly is the promised land? Which, when we get there, we say, oh, we have arrived. Where is that promised land? In other words, what is it we are fighting for? Somebody wants to give me a quick answer. Yes, that one says it's the Uganda we want. But I'm sure everybody has in mind his own Uganda he wants. Do we want the same Uganda that we are heading to? And what is that? Now, so this is, I'm just saying, we need to clarify our minds. We as leaders, we as Ugandans, we talk about we want change. We want this. What is it exactly will happen? And we say, yes, this is the change we wanted. Because I can tell you, I was standing here at the doorsteps of Parliament on the 26th of January 1986. I was just there behind Mr. Museveni as he spoke after being sworn in as a new president. And he talked about the Uganda we had fought for. And he said what is happening here is not a mere change of the guards. This is a fundamental change. I'm sure even he himself now, he can't say the same words. He would be so terribly ashamed to call what has happened a fundamental change. So, but we wanted change, but it seems that we had different ideas of what that change was. So, because we have very limited time, I just want to share with you what I think I myself would like to see. The Uganda I would like to see. The change that we are working for. Some people will be on the streets drumming if Museveni leaves office, and they will be right. I will be happy too. But will that departure mean we have arrived? Not necessarily. Getting out is one step. I was here when the first government of UPC was overthrown in 1971. I was here in Kampala. And I witnessed people dancing on top of tanks against it. And here, Liamanyi. Who knew that Obote would go? They were singing here. Even some of the shops still have that name, Ania Liamanyi. Who knew? Just shortly after that, problems began. Started saying, eee. So even they moved out to Ania Liamanyi, they hadn't known that was coming. I was here in 79 when Amin was overthrown, here in the town. And I saw how people who were looting were very happy, carrying sugar. There was no sugar that time, drinking sugar. Somebody would carry a whole bag of sugar on his head because he has not had sugar for a long time. And they thought things had changed. They hadn't. This was, I'm sure, the same thing at Independence. At Independence, I was not here. I was in my village. I'm sure most of you were not born. But I was there. I was even in school. I attended the band. And there was indeed happiness in the air and expectation. So, what we are fighting for, it means Ugandans have not been clear about. And they will not get to where they are going unless they make their minds very clear. This is what we want to see, and they fight hard until it is seen. So that anything that comes in between without that being demonstrated as seen is not taken as an arrival. So, I have, of course, talked about this many times, and so have many people. But for some reason, it seems it hasn't quite sunk well enough that the country we call Uganda, which was formed by the British, not by ourselves, in which all power of Uganda was taken over by the British. All power and authority was taken over from every part of Uganda and was exercised by the British. That power over the country, power over the country. Some people talk about power in the country. It is power over the country, to have power, to have ownership, complete ownership, control over the country. That power has never come back to Ugandans. It has never. Independence didn't bring it. It went from the British leaders to black leaders, not to the people. Are we together? It may be difficult to understand this properly, but that's where we need to start. We ourselves as leaders, we must internalize that. How does Uganda become our country, which we control, which we are not just living in, but which we control, where we are the masters. In English, that is called sovereignty. Sovereignty. Mu Luganda obwa nannyini, nannyini nsi, the owner of the country. We have never experienced it. That's why we don't know it. Ugandans have never experienced sovereignty. Never. That's why this struggle we are engaged in is a fundamental struggle in itself. Our grandfathers, our fathers have never experienced sovereignty. The sovereign was the Queen of England. Before the Queen, it was King George. King George passed it on to Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth passed it on to King, well, by the time King Charles, there was already a different story here. So during Queen Elizabeth, power was handed over to the Kabaka of Buganda as president and head of state, Sir Edward Mutesa. Sovereignty was handed over to him. He was overthrown in 1966. He was overthrown together with the constitution that had handed over power with him by the military. He was overthrown. And since 1966, it has been, so if you talk about a period in which there was some semblance of sovereignty to the people of Uganda, but it was still really in transition, it was 62 to 66. Then the guns came in directly and took over power. It had not, sovereignty had not been tested. It hadn't yet been tested. That was the first test. It hadn't been tested, whether people can have control over their country. And we have since had this country as our country, that we are sovereign, and that we choose our leaders to serve us as our servants. That they are not sovereign, we are the sovereign. That Mr. Museveni would be a servant, not a sovereign. Today he is sovereign. All the power of Uganda belongs to him. And he's right in every sense to start thinking about succession. He's right. He is the sovereign. Queen Elizabeth passed the power on to King Charles. King Charles here is already warming up. Yes. Because the sovereign is weakening. So the successor, the crown prince, is already warming up. That is the situation. So whether the leader is military or not military or what, power belongs to the leader, not to the people. Helped by guns. You've been hearing the Honorable Semuju talk about what goes on in Parliament. That has been going on. Because the sovereign controls everything. Parliament is His Royal Majesty's Parliament. It is there to serve the sovereign. The army is His Royal Majesty's army. The Bank of Uganda is His Royal Majesty's Bank. You hear some people wondering why there is no governor of the bank. That is up to the sovereign to determine whether he puts there somebody to manage his money or not. He could choose to manage it himself. It is his money. That is what must change. We are fighting for the country, and this is the point the Honorable Semuju underpinned here. The fight is bigger. It's a fully fledged liberation struggle to regain control. I've been telling people you cannot vote the Queen out of power. Have you ever heard it anywhere? That the Queen has been voted out of power? Or the King? We have King here in Buganda. He's there for life. And that's how things are. So for the country, Uganda, which was created artificially, our struggle is a liberation struggle to regain control over the country. So that is the first point that I want to highlight. Now, a struggle of this nature is not easy. That's the second thing that goes with it. People who hoard power to get them out of power that they control. The Queen of England we are talking about was actually overthrown many years ago by the people of United Kingdom. They overthrew their king through a revolution and changed the relationship. The people chose to have the king, keep the king, but under different arrangements. The power was taken away and shared amongst those whom the people chose to give it. Parliament has power to make laws. Executive to implement. Judiciary has power. But it comes from the people. It comes from the people. And that's why if a leader makes a mistake and is exposed, he doesn't have to be thrown out. The leader knows that since my mistake has been exposed, the people are coming for me. He leaves before they arrive. Don't think that when you hear this one has resigned, you don't think they have more integrity than our leaders here. It is because they know that those with power are very strict. The people, you eat their money, they come for you. So if you are exposed, you have to resign before they come and grow. But here you can't talk about Museveni stealing because all the money is his. All the wealth. That's why he's now, one thing he has been still fighting for, which he hasn't managed to get full power over his land. He's still grabbing, at least illegally. But all other things, they belong to him. So ladies and gentlemen, how do we regain sovereignty? Can we regain sovereignty by associating with the sovereign? Can we? It will not happen. But it is tough to fight on until you regain sovereignty. It is tough. Make no mistake, it is tough. But just like the Bible, those who read the Bible say, must be in the chapter of Matthew, I think, where it says that the wide gate and the road that goes to the wide gate leads to destruction. It's the narrow gate and the narrow path that leads to life. So to get to life, you must pass through a lot of difficulties. Rest assured, you must pass through the wide gate. The wide road leads to destruction. You want easy things, you go to destruction. So that's why to regain our sovereignty is going to take a real struggle. And we are assembled here now, facing how do we carry forward that struggle. That's what we are assembled here to do. How do we carry forward that struggle? Part of the complication in getting through with this struggle has been how we are organized to get to the struggle, to get to where we are going. Because the one who controls all the power is the one setting the agenda. If you want to remove me, come on this day. And this is where you will pass. You will start there, come like this, and arrive on this day to remove me. And you also listen and go to the way he has laid down for you to move. You think you are likely to remove him or her? It won't happen. So, we need to organize differently. We need to plan differently. And I entirely agree with the Honorable Semuju about our eyes not being fixed on form rather than essence. To look at the shape rather than what is inside that shape. If that was the case, I would still be in NRM. Because I can tell you, yes, I have sacrificed and suffered the last 20 years or so. But I can tell you that suffering and sacrifice is nowhere compared to what I sacrificed under NRM. I left my job. I was earning over $1,000 per month in Nairobi. I left the job. I had a fiancé, we were planning to wed. I never saw her again. Yes. And went and suffered No food, no what, no clothes, no, you under rain, the sun, the mosquitoes, the what, you are walking with luggages up and down, crossing lakes, doing all kinds of things, and being hit, real hitting with guns. You are crawling under bullets and so on. That's why whenever you hear me talk, I say, God is good. But as soon as where we were fighting to go, I saw things start moving a different direction. I said, this is not where. This is not where we are going. And we, first of all, of course, tried to fight over NRM. Yes, we tried to fight over NRM, saying, no, you can't do this, you can't do this. We even took off saying we need to reform this thing. Until it was very clear that they had built already the guns, the dogs, the what, to guard us from interfering with what they were doing. And we said, okay, let's now start afresh a fight to continue to the freedom we wanted. Where Uganda belongs to us. You know? These days I've been seeing my brother General Tafire, you know, lamenting, saying, you know, how can you bequeath the leadership of Uganda to your son? This is unfair. Me, I am not going to bequeath my constituency to my son. Why are you doing this? I'm glad that at least he's talking, because there are many inside there who are just watching and completely silenced. They can no longer talk. At least he's now still talking. But it was the same people that we told this thing is going astray. Let's fight now. Let's not wait until it grows wings and horns and other things. Let's fight now. Said, there is term limit. Term limits. When you are seeing all these horns growing, going for you, you are talking about term limits. The earlier we confront this thing, the better. Now it's already a huge monster. And Utafire is there at the bottom saying, ew, this is unfair. Really? We shouldn't, you know, and this is what we were telling the people in Naja. Because as you all know, we had a lot of discussion before they continued where they are going. And they were saying things have become tough. We have no money, we have no this, we have no that. People are defecting. We better talk to the man. We tried election, they failed. We tried walk to work, it failed. Let's talk to the man. I said, but so how can you now make a decision that we all surrender? That we all go and say, we have come. And they said, yes, let's do that. What else can we do? Whatever little he gives us, at least we keep that. We don't know what will happen in the future. Maybe he will die, maybe. That's not how countries are saved. Countries must be saved by people who are determined to fight on in daylight, in darkness, in rain, in the sun. You must be determined to fight on until you get your country back. So, we are at this crossroads, but an important crossroad. Because these crossroads we get help us to sieve. They help us to know those with, strong heart and those who are not as strong. They help. Don't think that those people in Najanankumbi don't actually want the Uganda we want. They want it. But they have weak hearts. They say things are tough. We would rather be slaves for now. God is there. One day he will help us. They forget that God has already said he helps only those who help themselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you have already done the needful. You have already resisted those temptations of saying things are tough. There is money here. Money can be money for evil. And I've been telling our people that if we are to regain the country, we have to win 4 battles. We have to defeat fear, which is their first weapon. Their first weapon is fear. We must defeat fear. And fear is defeated by faith. We must have faith in our right to have our country. We must first of all build our faith that this is our country. It's the only country God gave us, and we have a right to fight and to own it, to control it. So we must defeat fear. Secondly, we must defeat their money, because the capture of the state means capture of all state resources. And it doesn't mean that when they have state resources, we can't defeat them. I told you the British Empire, it was not just the British Kingdom. It was the British Empire was defeated here by people who did not have money, but who were determined. So we must fight whether we have money or not. That brother of mine, the bus, he came in, he's taking it off. That is the struggle. That is the struggle. You come in bus at night, you spend the day in the meeting, you go in the bus in the evening, and you go home. And the garden is waiting for you as soon as you arrive. That is the struggle. So if you feel a little sleepy, stand up and warm up and sit down. We must defeat their money. That's why we can meet whether we have allowances or not. They cannot meet. Even to sit in the neck, they are paid to sit in the neck. And you are still a liberation struggle, being paid to do your work. You are no longer in the struggle. So we must defeat, we must work and fight with or without money. Doesn't mean we shouldn't look for money, because money is useful. We must eat, we must move, money is useful, but whether we have it or not, work must go. Thirdly, we must defeat their propaganda. They control the media, and they use the media against us. They do. I've been fighting sometimes with members of the media. The trouble in the media are not the journalists who collect the information. They are gatekeepers there in their media houses who are on payrolls, who will block what they take that they will cause the other ones some problems. They are gatekeepers. They block it or distort it. They don't know that, yes, they are eating money from the other side, but the house, if it goes on like this, the house will fall on them also. And there is a lot of propaganda. I'm sure you are familiar with it. You've been hearing, we want to sell FDC to noob. Why would we do that? How immune is noob from becoming FDC? You think what ate FDC cannot eat noob? It can. Or anti or the other parties, it can. So we must guard against the propaganda and talk, especially you people from the districts. Occupy whatever space there is to talk about what the struggle we are engaged in is. On funerals, of course I have had the complaints, because when you go to the funeral and you have even not taken mabugo, they may not give you the loud, the Kazindaro talk. Those are real challenges. But as an activist, find a way of mobilizing, whether amongst your people, 10,000, 5,000. If we are able so to send you something, go confidently. Say, I represent the struggle here. And this is why our people are dying of lack of health care, when they would be living, because we don't control our country. Our money is used by others, not for us. The points Honorable Semuju was saying. I've been talking about education. She talks about that a child of Uganda is given $3 for education. Now the dollar has collapsed, so I think it is $2 for the whole year. 10,000 shillings. And that for a few months, the budget passes, gives Museveni 500 billion to use as he wishes for classified expenditure, as his pocket money. 500 billion. And he lifts some of it and puts it in a house in Chambogo there, which he calls the office of the chairman. And there is a young lady there whom I see running around with the country, with bags of what they buy to go and literally humiliate our people. You saw the Ushenyi people fighting over what that Namiaro had delivered. People were grabbing and running because everybody is deprived. So we must defeat their propaganda that there is parish model. People are going to be rich. How? 100 million to a parish. when all those 500 billions came from the same parish? You are saying, now I'm giving you 100, you will be rich. How? But lastly, we must defeat all attempts at dividing us. And they will be huge attempts to divide us. Because they know, and this is, a normal meeting for us, but this frightens them. That people came from Karamoja, from Bundubujo, from Arua, from where, and they are all saying we want our country back. It frightens them. So they will be working overnight, even as you leave, to make sure they change your heart. Now you came all the way, what have they given you? Now, will the children go back from those words? Will they go back to school? Will your children go back to school? We are the ones who can help you take your children back to school. They start pricking at your wounds. And so it's a very difficult time. But we must, if we are to survive, we have to remain united and fight together. And I'm glad that Honorable Semuju has indeed underscored that we have to remain together, to fight together. I think the calls he has received, he caused the calls himself, because he's the one who alone went and said, I am now leaving FDC. If we all together say we are leaving FDC, everybody understands that we are all marching. And so don't go alone. Let's move together. Let's stay united together and fight on. And that means I would like to suggest to you and to these leaders from all over the country, this is a delicate time where we need really to explain what we are doing, what we are fighting for, where it is, so that people understand how they move forward. The regime is busy focusing everybody on 2026. How prepared are you? You know the election is coming. Have you already chosen your candidates? Who is your candidate? So they want to put you, again, to rally you onto their agenda, their path. We must defy that. So, first, let our people understand where we are going, how we got there. As some of our languages say, if you are strong, you don't have to wake up very early. Eh? Yes. If you are strong, you can stay at home, because you know when you get up, things will happen. Whether it's a garden, if you want to clear it, you can clear it in no time. Amanyi okolachi. Oina. So let us concentrate on building the money. If we have built the power, if we stand up to hit in any direction, everybody will hear us and feel us. Let's build the power. So, my suggestion to you ladies and gentlemen, would be that in order to organize ourselves to fight on, before we come to the next delegates conference, which is the supreme organ at which major decisions can be made, I think I'm just suggesting to you that you need to, now being the leaders of your districts, engage our people in the districts with all this information that you have received. First, that we have all these options of how to move forward. What do you think we should do? So that you are able to move together whichever way. Wherever we go, we need to move together. Because those people are looking for cracks. If they see a crack somewhere, they jump in and try to make it wider. Let's move together. So have an engagement with your leader. The president has given us options of how we can move. Maybe if there is another option, you raise it here so that we also discuss it. Because you are the leaders. He has given how many options? 5. If there is a 6th one, raise it. Or 7th one, so that we see what is available to us. What is the challenges? What challenges are there with either? And we go and have an engagement with the people. Because he says we can continue fighting to rescue our party. The case that concerns their illegality is in the court. And as you heard, we have now strengthened our legal team to fight. But the reality also is that we are fighting in their courts. So we don't know how long the case will. We don't know how long the case will take. The one of UPC, the judgment was made some years later, when even the term of office that they were fighting was good. So but that case is there. That option is there. There is the option, as here, number 2, of reconciling with them. Of course, we can only reconcile if we are going to the same place. Somebody who is going there and you are going this way, I don't know how you reconcile. So if there is anybody wishing to start reconciliation, I think the starting point would be to see how people change direction. Their direction is very clear, working with the government. Very clear. They have said so themselves publicly. They will want to work just like Mao, working with the government. That's what I heard Nsibambi say in Parliament. He says, for me, I have come to work with the government. So there is that option. You will have a very, very difficult task, if not impossible, to change me to go there, to go that direction. But if by the grace of God, there is a way of bringing us to one path towards regaining our country, then it's an option. Those who can help in achieving that, let's consider that. There was number 3, which was having a new formation, saying cut your losses and move on. That also is, it has its own challenges, but it's an option. The social movement, you see, for me, the social movement, I don't know why the party president put it here. Because the social movement is already there. The social movement is not in competition with these options. Are we together? Because even if you belong to FDC, you can belong to a social movement. Like has been the case, our people's government is a social movement. But people could be in FDC and belong to the people's government. Our leaders like Ken Richam, they are leaders of other parties, but they are part of the social movement. DP is part of the social movement. So the social movement, I find, is not, and I think a social movement is a must. We must have a social movement which unites people from all formations to fight. Are we together? You see, parties are formed to compete in elections. And there is some advantage if you organize, you are aware of how you can compete in elections. We have not organized ourselves to use elections for struggle, but elections too could be used for struggle. But that does not take away the fact that in order to fight, we need to unite and fight. So a social movement is a non-electoral platform. Are we together? The social movement is not for elections. It is for organizing joint activities to fight for our freedom. So that is not in competition. Yes. Oh, okay. So it's saying we forget about the party, we only stay in the social movement. Yes. But I think, well, that too is an option if you want to have no party and belong to a social movement. But that means maybe you would have taken a decision not to participate at all if there are elections. Because if you are participating in elections, you need to have an organization that helps you in that kind of endeavor. That is an option of not having any party. So that would be the option. And lastly, he said each one going to the other formations that exist according to what you think. That is also dissolution. That is also dissolving and anybody moving to wherever you want to go, to joining other formations. That too is so I think if there is another option you want, it would be good to raise it and it joins these ones. And then my suggestion to the party leaders is that I think it is important ahead of that delegates conference to have a conversation going amongst our people, led by yourselves in your different districts. You lead conversations. And maybe during that time also, like I heard, I think it was Kaija say, we also at the national should come to your districts and talk directly to the people. Because since all this chaos happened, we have really not met people to tell them firsthand what happened. So they hear stories from different people, but I think we need to update them directly about what has happened, where we are, and how we end this story. So in the process of your conversations in the district, I think that too should happen. And then we come to the delegates conference already with an emerging consensus. Okay? And I think our leaders can help in linking up with all the districts to see how a consensus emerges. Then if we come to a delegates conference, it is easy to manage and to move on. So, very lastly, my sense of the opposition we have. If you are fighting, you must look at yourself, and you must also look at the situation of that one you are confronting. Some people, you see, again, confused by the propaganda of the regime, create the impression that there is no opposition now. You know, Museveni will have a field day in the next elections because there is no more election. All the opposition parties are busy fighting each other. So there is no hope. They are trying to paint a picture of hopelessness on the side of the opposition or on the side of the population. Because what they call opposition are people who are really fighting on the side of the population against the state capture. So they are trying to make the population despondent, hopeless. You have nothing to do, so accept whatever is there. What can you do? That picture cannot be farther from the situation that obtains. The situation is that what you call the government of NRM, Karibu Honorable, you can pass here in between. This lady comes from the oil city, so I think she was you can see she resembles a bit of that oil. Yeah. So I can assure you I have been here. I was in the NRM, which used to be NRM, and that NRM, of course, ceased in 2005. It first ceased really in 1996. They fraudulently went on up to 2005. And from there is some genetically modified animal that is rampaging all over. So I have seen all these mutations. I was the national political commissar of the original NRM. So I know from there up to today. Most of the people talking about now for NRM what, they really have no idea where it was coming from and where it was going. Most were not born anyway. I can say without the slightest fear of contradiction that anything NRM-ish has never been weaker than it is today. Extremely weak. In fact, if we don't do anything by ourselves, it will collapse on itself. I can see that. The only disaster is that if it collapses by itself, it may collapse with the whole country, and we get into a failed state. That is the imminent danger. And that's what befalls long-term, sit-tight dictators, where you have dictators that have ruled for decades. The country ends up into a failed state. That's how Somalia ended up where it is. That's how Sudan under Bashir ended up where it is. That's where Congo under Mobutu ended up where it is. That, I can continue. So, our mission, the reason we must act with haste, we must act quickly, is to save the country from collapse, which will happen on its own if we don't do anything. That's the reality we have today. Because you cannot have a regime that is so weak that it cannot even stand against anyone. You saw them thieves the other day, caught red-handed. So if there was a semblance of some strength, at least publicly, even if internally you may have sympathized and you may reward them differently, at least publicly you would wipe your shame by removing the thieves that have been captured. They are all still in office, including ministers of finance, including prime minister, including the speakers, including, so the whole government. So if you are willing to now formally accept that you are a thieving government, you cannot do anything about it. You are a bunch of thieves. That's what you have reduced your government to be, a bunch of thieves. That you are that weak. That you are weak. That you can have somebody from your own military, who is even your own son, violate your laws, your constitution, which you swore to uphold. You can't even from the bedroom try to have a neat arrangement of how to even make that person a successor, you are in a deep trouble. You know? So where does it leave those who are following you? You know? I saw recently a launch of a military establishment. How can you have a military establishment in which you have General Muhoozi as a serving officer while blatantly violating the Constitution and the law? Where does that leave the officers under that establishment? So why should they obey command? Say you are handing over command and control to Mr. Mbadi or General Mbadi, when Mbadi has no power over his officers. So what are you handing over to him? Really? Say, I have handed over command, control, administration. Yet he cannot call to order his own officers. So you have a very, very weak state. And it is the state we are confronting. Very, very weak. The state is superintending over the weakest economy possibly that can be had. The economy. So, it is us missing in action to really take over something that has already collapsed. We are, in other words, the state is there by default because we haven't organized ourselves to take it over. This is why I'm inviting you that rather than focus our attention on the fake elections they are calling for 2026, let's make our action plan to get rid of the whole of this scam before then. Before then, we can and we should. Of course, if we fail, and some of you don't have that faith as yet that we can succeed. I have full faith myself that we will succeed. But should you fail, we should fight through the election to make sure that it happens. And we have a task force that I am aware of is working out a strategy. Should that arise, how do we confront it? And I think with those I have spoken far, far more than I intended to speak. But I have been trying to make 2 points in all these many words. The first point is where we are going. We need to internalize it. That unless we have a country in which we are the masters and our leaders are our servants, that is turning upside down what is going on. Because you cannot be the master of the country and they are bribing you to vote. You cannot, your servant cannot bribe you to give the servant a job. If you are in your home, can the worker who is looking for a job bribe you to employ you? So why do you think in the country, the owners of the country should be bribed to choose those who lead us? is why we must change that. That is the first point I was making. And the second point is that we need to quickly organize to fight and achieve that goal. It will not come easily. It will not come easily. We must tighten our belts and make a determination that we must fight until the country is ours. And I've told you what we have to defeat in that fight. I thank you and further congratulate you on taking on the mantle of leading the struggle from now going forward. God bless you.
Another applause. Thank you so much, our founder and people's president, retired Colonel Chiza Besigye. I think the message was clear, very clear to us. Thank you so much. Before I hand over the mic to our chairman for plenary, allow me first to introduce few members. You remember our people's president in 2013 when we buried our former chairman of Kabale district, by then the late Mulumba. The daughter promised that she will continue the struggle to liberate this country. And I want to introduce her to you, that she is now our current chairperson of Lubanda district. Where are you, Vestina? Come and shake. People want to see, and she's a lawyer. So, the sister. Yes, the sister. Sorry, the sister. Yeah, she. Yes, exactly. She's called Katushabe Vestina. Yeah. Please, you should give her a big clap, because you know, a lady now, when I can see Honorable Salama Musumba is smiling. Honorable Dr. Nzana Geoffrey, thank you for your continuous support. Thank you for my flag bearer, Ndodwa West. Now, I want to thank the members of parliament so far, around 10 of them, and right now I want to request Right Honorable Betty Ochan, Honorable Namanya Naboth, Honorable Aga, and Honorable Athanas, just come and wave, just to say hi to these people, and then we hand over the mic to our chairperson. Yes. Yes. Please, quickly, we don't have time. You know, we want to thank these members of parliament. They have refused whatever you have been told. So, thank you so much. Honorable Namanya Nabos.
Thank you so much. Namanya Nabos is my name once again. One people, one Uganda. I'm from Rubabo constituency. That one is in Rukunjiri. And Rukunjiri is in Kigezi. So I'm the only member of parliament now, representing Dr. Chiza Besigye in the country. So you need to join me so that we bring back Rukunjiri. Next time I see my brother Kajinda here as a member of parliament. Now, one word. It is never done until when it is done. So the time is now. Do not shrink. Let's join together. We revive our country together. I thank you so much.
One Uganda, one people. My name's Nyakato Asinas Commander. I represent Hoima Oil City as the woman member of parliament on the ticket of FDC. Doctor, we want to thank you for standing with us, for encouraging us always, but also for letting Ugandans know that the struggle is not just for one day, it is a process. There are many of our young ones, the young generations, who think it is just a one-day process. When they see you are not reaching there, you are not scoring, you see them going away, others starting to hit you down, putting you down spiritually. But Doctor, thank you very much. To also our members, thank you very much for remaining One Uganda, one what? One people.
The Lord is good and all the time, and that is his nature. Wow. FDC, oye. One Uganda, one people. Ra. Ah. Cha. All Betty Ochan, former leader of opposition, a member of parliament, Gulu City, and I just say, survival of the fittest. Let us remain fit and continue to struggle. We have to struggle to exonerate and to get our country back from the people who have captured the country. Our people are struggling. The owners are struggling, and they are fighting a lot of ailments. Sickness, education is wanting, poverty, ignorance. And so we have to go and inform our people so that they are aware of what is in the Constitution. For us in Acholi sub-region, even the Balalos are taking over the land. And when we say Balalos, I don't mean the Wanyankoles. They are those grabbers who go to take 5,000 acres, 1,000 acres, when the real owners are in 3, 4, 5, 10 acres. That's not allowed. And those who go with their animals and had their animals in people's gardens, rendering our people completely in hopelessness situation. That is, without food, without any hope of survival. So let us fight on. Some of us have said, we have even lived for long. So no fear. That number one fear, we will fight on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Betty Aoli. Apologies from Honorable Tuyamhweza Tumuhirwe Fred. He's in Rukunjiri for a burial. He lost his auntie, and the burial is today. Apologies again from Honorable Atkins Katusabe and Honorable Kabusu Moses. Honorable Aga he was around, but he's shot outside, but he's coming back. We shall show him to you. Thank you so much. Let me hand the mic to our chairperson for plenary. I thank you. Want to thank the activists throughout the whole country. Thank you so much for the good work you are doing. The radio presenters, all of you who are doing a wonderful job to make our work easier. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
I'd like to thank all the members of my team, let me call it my team, who have given very, very good presentations. We don't want to waste too much time, so we should move into the plenary. This is your chance to say what you have to say, but since we are so many, I'm requesting that each person, you can make a short statement and then your recommendation, since you have already heard what we are supposed to be talking about. This way, hopefully we'll be able to go through at least all of you, so that by the time we leave here, we really know what people think. And then also you know what others think and what you need to take back home. Do we understand each other? Okay, so now I am going to ask my sister here to help me conduct this, because I think it's going to take some time, and she's better than I am. You know, sometimes you ought to know where you are good. Yeah. So I'm going to give her the responsibility to moderate us, and in and out I may be coming back in, but rather she's now the one to moderate us. And my sister, go ahead. By the way, after this, then we will go for lunch, and then we should be going home. After resolutions, yeah, then we'll go.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to refocus our National Council meeting. The theme, it is to focus, to organize. Have a seat, please. Organize. Very, very simple. Focus, focus, organize, act. May I hear from you, Mbale? Can you move the mic?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Our President, our Chairman, our Founder, Members of Parliament, all members of NEC, and the fellow members who have decided to attend this meeting. In fact, it will be cheating to begin asking questions to the people who have done this work very well. So it is at this juncture that I propose, and I know my fellow members will support me, that before we ask our people our executive questions, I would propose that first of all, we thank them for the good work well done. In fact, as me, a member and a founder member, the executive and all members who have spoken here have done it all for us. In fact, we have very little to contribute. Because, for example, even our founding father have labored everything. The president labored everything. And all of the things they gave to us are very sweet and good. I have only one question. And I sit down. Even if I ask, that I first of all have thanked you, there are two things. One, you have said that the case is still there, and it is good on our side. At the same time, we brought up a very good idea that we can leave it and then continue with another name. So that is my question. Where is the status of the case? We need to know the status. Then we continue from there. Otherwise, everything that you brought up is very good. Like I've said, you have said it all, and therefore, I have nothing to add. I can only tell you that I am a simple man, Muslim from Mbale, where you fear. I can tell you that there is nothing to fear. Because all the FDCs which are in Mbale, we are the people who produced it, who arranged it. My NDPC is there. He's my teacher. He taught me how to mobilize, and we mobilize. And all of those you saw, coming from Mbale in the FDC, flags, they are my creation. I created them. From Gishuland, I am not alone here. I have moved with a team from Rambuli. For me, I'm from the city center. And the city center, you know, control is even the rural. So, don't fear. There is nobody who commands Mbale. He's not there. In any case, he can be left with the one district where he's born, and that is Sironko. But the city, Mbale district, Bulambuli, Manafwa, Bududa, let him forget.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Let me complete
Yes, sir.
this. That those who have fear that those people, the thieves who have stolen the FDC, they cannot live longer. Because there is somebody who went to the bush fighting for the votes which were stolen. And the votes which were stolen were not his. I can ask you one question. You make an alarm, somebody has stolen your cow. He chases it and he gets the cow. He brings the cow back and he doesn't give it to you. He keeps it for himself. Is that cow his? That is why there are problems in Uganda. The leadership which they took belonged to FDC, to DP, and it was not given back to DP. That is why there are problems in Uganda. And those who have taken our flag, FDC, they have just stolen it to steal and sell. They will never live longer with it. They are going to fail in the shortest time possible. I can show you my people from Bulambuli and Mbale district.
Yes, thank you. Can you introduce them one by one? We are running short of time.
On behalf of the president, the party president, the chairman, the founders of the party, my colleagues from different parts of the country, I greet you all, habari gani. For that, due to the limited time, I would like to add on what my father, what has told you. Actually, we have come to witness. We have been hearing that Nandala Mafabi has taken all the MPs of the FDC. Today, I've now witnessed, and I'm going back to my place. This is what I'm going to tell my place in Mbale, that it was a total lie. And I would like to request you, Mr. President and the well-wishers, that me, as I'm now standing, I represent about 13 counties, 14 counties with 14 sub-counties with 3 town councils, 3 constituencies. But if at all we come together and we share ideas together, we look for some ideas how we are going to mobilize and sensitize our people, this will be the history of Nandala. I'm assuring you. I will remain Gidudu Hamza, chairman by the city.
Thank you very much.
Emmanuel, do it in 1 minute.
Emmanuel, quickly.
Me, I'm called Zemoj Manuel from Vulambuli sub-county, Elgon, the last sub-county in Mount Elgon.
Thank you very much. Now we have heard from you, Mr.
I addressed all of you, but I failed to address my sister in a special way, because she's the one who knows Mbale very well. Thank you very much, founder. Thank you very much, president. Thank you very much, chairman and the members. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was born in Mbale. No, Mbale. Yeah, you're facing my... I'll give it to you. Please. Don't make the protocol. Please. We appreciate the protocol.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Lawrence Tulu from Ajumani district.
Ajumani.
I stand here to second the proposal of our founding president that we go to the people so that we let them know what exactly happened. Because in Ajumani, they have put for us a tag. For me, they call me to Fdc Katonga. Then there are those who they call FDC Natanakumbi. But our people at the grassroots, they don't know what happened. Therefore, I stand to second the proposal of our party founding president so that we go to the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All power, he's reinforcing the constitution. All power belongs to the people. And then let's go back to the people and hear them. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. I'm Tumwesji Gideon from Kabale. I want to recognize my Member of Parliament, Honorable Dr. Nicholas Kamara, and thank him for the work he's doing here in Kabale. Thank you, and the greetings from Kigezi, particularly Kabale district. They still love FDC, and they still love the work and activities and the courage of Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. Greetings from Kabale. Thank you. A lot have been discussed, and me, I am suggesting, as Doctor said, from here to the period we shall have the National Delegate Conference, I would request the NEC team to move all over the country and meet those delegates that are going to come here, so that we discuss more on these areas we have highlighted. However, I'm in support with the new formation. We need to have a new brand, because it is this propaganda NRM is using just to distract us. You know, they are saying, you see, your cadets, your members of parliament, your councillors will not have a stamp. Where shall they belong next time? And it's causing some elected leaders to go with slow. So we want this one to happen quickly, so that our people know where to fall. So, please, the last statement is that people from Kabale and Kigezi at large are always saying, Dr. Kano, though you didn't participate in the last election, as was one of our setbacks, are saying, why can't you come back and also lead us just in this formation, and after the elections, then we have another way. Strengthen our structures, we strengthen our party, strengthen whatever we shall. So we need you on board. We need you, please, in our sensitization. Work with the party president, the chairman, and others, so that we can have this vibe go on. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. We are hearing. Can we have, please come quickly. No protocol, just get to the point. I would want at least 30 people to make a contribution. Quickly.
Thank you very much. I'm called Eko George, elected chairman from Namaingo district.
Namaingo is in Lake Victoria towards Kenya.
Namaingo, we are having 3 constituencies, and 1 constituency is in the waters, so it is the place, hard to reach place. Actually, thank you very much for the support you have given. In our district of Namaingo, 90% of people are saying that Kano come and save Ugandans. Actually, again, the same time in Namaingo district for last 5 years, we don't have office of FDC. So we want the headquarters to help us so that we get the office in Namaingo district.
Yeah,
thank you very much. I remain as Eko George. One people, one Uganda.
Yes, for those who don't know what's happening in Namaingo, the lake was taken over by the military and they threw them out. So, yes, sir, Purple. Next time I'll give you a blue shirt. Huh?
Thank you very much. I'm Mutazindo Muhammadi. I'm chairman FDC Katonga district.
Good to see you, sir.
So I want to make a simple observation here.
Continue talking, please.
And it is one time I convened a meeting of FDC members in Kawempe, and it so happened that a drunkard sneaked into the meeting and insisted to make a point. We allowed him, and he said, If on your agenda you have 3 letters, F, D, C. He stated it in Uganda, Fa, Da, Cha. He said that those words, Fa, Da, Cha, Da, that FDC, Fa, Da, Cha, died long time ago. We later thought about that statement, and we really found out that the party we loved and the party we are insisting to have died long time ago. Therefore, I want to go with those members who suggest that we come up with a new formation. It is going to avoid questions like, which FDC do you belong to? So that is where we are as Kawempe, and therefore that is the position. Thank you very much.
Yes, the party constitution requires us to have district conferences, constituency conferences, sub-county conferences, parish conferences to continue the conversation. Let us not make a mistake of owning the decision making. Yes, young man.
Okay, thank you very much. The protocol observed, let me not take too much time. I think we are lost on this. Propaganda is consuming our time and it is taking a lot of our efforts. If we are determined and we want to rescue this country, let us mean it. I don't believe in elections. Last time I participated in election as an aspirant MP for Brasha County, Kabarole District. I saw what happened. The way they tortured me, the way they harassed me, and now we have struggled for all these years, and we are not getting what we want. Because as our doctor told us, they are channeling us a path and directing us to pass there. If they are the ones organizing elections, why should we participate in their organized elections if they cannot allow us to participate in appointing the commissioners and electoral commissioners who are doing those things? I think we are lost on that, and if you are not focused, they will keep channeling us, and I feel as if we are giving them a lot of peace. And we should take a decision now and say if they are to go, let them go. We found means of chasing them out. This tendency of meeting, you see, they are using a media to divert us. Now from here, the media will be asking us different questions, as they have said before. But that one is not helping us. We should make a decision. I don't see, as the party president gave us options, some of them, I don't buy them.
Yes,
I think we should take a decision and overthrow this government once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We hear you. We hear you very much. Yes, sir. Give it to.
Thank you very much. I'm called Gumagum Cesar. And I will concur with my young brother. I will borrow an analogy from the late President Amin. One time he asked his fellow boxers as to why they are not bringing gold medals, as to why they are losing. They told him that, you see, whenever you go there, these referees keep on cheating. He said, why don't you use this method? You go in the ring, make a knockout, they will count you a winner. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. History has taught us that we can never win elections. Let us resolve now. Let's take defiance means now. We forget this business of this. I know these MPs, they are going to primaries next year. If we don't get them now and engage them now, they are going to primaries, they forget about everything. Let us resolve to go for defiance. We plan for defiance, and I know we shall change the governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have him in the corner? Behind you. I see you, Ginger, yes, but... I can speak more than my... No, please. There are rules here.
Thank you very much. This is Chamonges Joseph Kapchorwa. I think members should actually follow the heading on the council, the National Council Day. This is focus, organize, and act. Why should we move telling stories? Number one, we focus on structures. That's number one, according to the title of our National Council. And how are we focusing? Let's look at the way we are going to polish the name of Katonga and Nancha Nankumbi. Once and for all. Number two, we are now in for structures. This is now organizing ourselves. Just a day before, yesterday is when I got this information. I took the least time possible to form some few structures, but not all the structures. Up to now, they have not sent for us forms. Up to now, right now, Mr. Maido is there, Dr. Kwaru is there. So this is a proof that we are not yet organized. So let's organize ourselves now. Number three is what we say, act. Let's follow these things. How are we going to act? Number one, put these things in position. Put these things in position. One, let all the district leadership get all the forms from the electoral commission. All the villages in our electoral commissions downloaded from electoral commission. Then or our electoral commission. Then from there, we must be knowing every corner of this country through mobilization from the leadership. And moving from here, Katonga, to Kapchorwa, to Bukwo, and every part of this country. Is all about focus, organize, and act. Don't give us stories about Nandala, who and who. Let's act immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
So I am with my colleagues from Sabey.
Please,
So you can stand for recognition. Tom is here. I'm here, Chamonges. He is Mwanga. He is Jackson. Full stop. I think we are going to very far. If any other assembly, the AGM is there on 19th, I think.
Thank you very much.
Let us move. So we come from very far.
Thank you very much. My name is Lalam Florence from Gulu City. Yes, good to see you too, Honorable. Straightforward to the point, I have proposals to make. It is very easy to make something that is very ambiguous and non-achievable. But mine are straight to the point. We appreciate all that has been given here. One, I think that we should not make decisions for the rest of the country in this meeting, but we should go back to the grassroots and consider a non-commercialized referendum on the direction that we should take. I don't know if you get me right. This does not mean that we are going to have the party president move in every district. We are there as representatives. Let's go back, sit with the grassroots population and ask them about the direction that we want to take so that tomorrow we are not questioned. Proposal number 2, I would like us to invest more in the grassroots structures and also invest more in the women of this country, because the direction of this country is mostly decided by women. We are the greatest voters. We are also people that cannot be bought anyhow. This one is a fact we should accept. My proposal number 3 is that we invest more in media visibility. We need to appear in media. And media also needs to know that we are struggling for them too. We don't have the money, don't charge us highly. But we need to appear strongly on media. Many of our people see other political parties. Allow me to mention this. FDC is stronger than NUP. But NUP is all over media. And you know people get scared down. Hey, NUP has taken over. But when you go down to the grassroots, FDC is actually more powerful. So let us start to invest more in media. Lastly, I would like to make a proposal that we give an extension of either 1 or 2 weeks to
to the districts that have not finished the grassroots elections of the structures, so that we do.
We have decisions that have been taken up in respect of all party members from our various districts. Lastly, it is my humble request that there are regions that may receive a chance of hosting national teams. Please, if there's communication passed to you, do all the needful, mobilize as much as you can, so that by the time the team comes, there's really enough members that are able to listen from a national team. People down there are very eager to hear from them. I know by the time the national team leaves those areas, whatever has been said, painted about FDC, everything will be rubbish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kasese. Lango. Lango.
Thank you very much. In front of you here, I'm Mr. Bang Walter from Apach, representing Lango Chab region. After interacting with elders, and amid us, we have the elder founder members. When we interacted with elders from Lango Chab region who were in the reform agenda, for example, we had Honorable Bileo from Amalata, we had Honorable Okelo from Dogolo, we interacted with Honorable Odura Nang from Kwania, and finally, Olua from Benelwa from Apaj, who was the chairperson of Apaj. They were informed us, as we are here now for the daily conference, that FDC should remain FDC as we are. And they told us again that we should not buy ideas from the drunkards, as my colleague from Kawempe has mentioned. And finally, in their statement, they say, by defiance, we should remove the GMOs from Nigeria Kumbi by action, even now. and we take over our headquarters. As I conclude, I don't want to waste time here. I have my colleagues from Lango sub-region who are here. Let's rise up for recognition, guys from Lango. These are our people from Lango. One people, one Uganda.
This is your colleague. Just mention your name, please.
Okay, thank you very much. All the protocol observed. My name is Edward Damugua. I am the youngest chairperson, district chairperson for Kwale district. And I have only one observation. In the report from the party president, I expected also coalition with the real and the true pro-change political organizations. And then also finally, I wanted also us to favor our honorable member of parliament who are here and people who are interested to get into the parliament. You know the contribution of these people in the development of the party. So should we make any decision here? I don't want to be people among the people who want to see others being thrown out of parliament. You know this Royal Majesty Court, how they delayed with the justices. Right now we have pending cases in the court. So should we make any decision, like maybe going defiance to disturb these people of Najan Kumi, then we shall also fail. So I encourage people, let's make a decision that will help and favor people who are coming up to hold the flag for FDC. Time is not there. 2016 is not far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lamo is far. Is it 2,000 kilometers from here? Lamo. Yes, let's hear from Lamo. And then I'll hear.
Thank you very much. The chairperson, before I make my submission, Mr. Chairman. Made a very big surprise to the people of Lamu. Even the reverend, the main celebrant, who at one point said that FDC is dead, but because of that solidarity, because of our presentation, even every speaker at that time stood up and said FDC is now an organized party. So I really want to thank the National Secretariat and the party for this. I want to add my voice, Mr. Chairman. My name is Komaket John. I want to add my voice in commending very much the National Executive Committee for coming up with these 4 or 5 options. When I look at all these options, I think we need to take a very critical analysis of each and every recommendations that are here, looking at the cost and the relevancy. It is my opinion that option number 3, if we do an elimination, because option number 1, when you look at it very critically, given the submissions that Honorable Dr. Besege made, it's almost near impossible. Given the case of the UPC, it took almost 6 years by the court for this case to be disposed of. The other third one would need a lot of explanations. Yes, we can go to Nyanakumia and rescue Nyanakumia, but we need a lot of explanations, a lot of damage control in that area. My strong recommendation is number 3. We go to the people, but with a recommendation where we want to go. Because in my view, Mr. Party President, very good driver, a right driver to drive. If we have a right person to drive that car, a new political formation, I think we will be able to achieve what we want. And that is my opinion. Thirdly, there are resources that we are not tapping, Mr. Chairman. For the last 3 years after losing the election of the MP, I was a bit quiet. I was a bit reserved. Until when some of the members came to me and said, "You man, what are you doing? Please come up, come up, come up." I had a reason for being reserved. There are quite a number of our members in the community. Can we get to them and talk to them to join us? Thank you very much.
Can you clap for Lamore? Council, allow me to say this. We are not magicians. Okay? We are not magicians. We need to do a lot of heavy lifting. So while you make your contributions, bear in mind that we are not magicians. We have a lot of work to do. And it's boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Okay. I'm sorry, but let's okay.
Protocol officer. Before I give a report, a comment. Busia, I'm the chairman Busia District.
If I'm not mistaken, Tororo, Bukedi is the poorest region in the whole country. And there is a very funny story taking place in Busia. Honorable members of parliament who are here. There is gold mining in Busia, but Busia are not benefiting at all. And there is underground buildings, we don't know what is taking place there. Even you go up to now, and you ask those who are staying in Busia, they don't know what activity is going underground there with the Chinese. So members of parliament, is your responsibility to make that report. I'm just giving you, but to visit that place. In Busia, Nandala thinks that is the what? Is a home area with the Sadiq Amin. But I'm the only chairperson who made them. Who let me say, I had to betray them completely. And up to now, they are staggering. So members, let us go back to the PG activities if we want to reach to the promised land. Those activities really worked and are still working. Those who are engaging in it, please proceed. Busia, in fact, I was taken somewhere because of my activities. I'm very strong with it. If you come to Busia, we are doing, and Busia is stretching the lake. Our people are very poor to the extent you cannot even achieve what you want. Even coming here, myself was a problem. It was God's mercy. Because we have no money there. So members, come and receive to us. But let us proceed with defiance. Thank you very much.
Kisoro. Agago. Later.
One Uganda, one people, Mr. Chairman, our party president, our foundation observed. My name's Ahimbisiwe Owen, a representative from Kisoro district. I don't have much to say. I'll only give two proposals. One, I've heard people apologizing over and over about the party formation, about remaining NFD, so fighting to redeem Najanankumbo or what. But going straight on what our foundation elder has told us, we only now need to focus on the struggle to liberate our country, and we can only do this by reorganizing and strategizing, as he said. So my proposal is that moving forward from here, ladies and gentlemen, let each one of us carry a burden of sensitizing our fellow members down there on what to be done next. My second proposal is I'm requesting the delegates conference scheduled 19th March be extended for 1 month so that the activity of traversing the country be done smoothly, sensitization be done smoothly before we go in the delegates conference. By the time we come in the delegates conference, the people are well equipped with what to do next. I beg to submit.
Yes, thank you. Agago, please.
Thank you very much, the party chairman, the president, and all the leaders. I greet all of you. I've listened to Lokwago. I also listened to Dr. Besije. Unfortunately, Chemuju disappeared. I don't know where he is. Because when we are making some of the decisions, or he's in court, I have looked at all the options. When we were starting FDC in 2004, I moved all over Jolly and collect signatures. And even I passed through Lango. So when I hear people talking about starting a new formation, I asked myself, do people know how difficult it is to move to the people and come back? Or they are just thinking when we start, then thing is going to move. I want you people to go back and think about it, because it's not a one-day thing. People lost election in the last election because Besije was not in the ballot paper. Just simple. They go and say, who is there? Oh boy, I'm going back, I'm not voting. These are things people did not understand. And for us who come from the north, especially the Acholi and Langi, we really suffered a lot. And the coming of FDC, we saw it like Jesus restorating from the dead. And finally, he had made our people to go where they are. Even when I see them enjoying in NRM, but without PCJ, by now we would be there. So I think all the proposal given is, but I also wanted to challenge you, if you have constructed the house and finished, then somebody, your wife brought another husband. Bechije, the Nazana Kumbi is all about you. Let's get out from Katonga and go for mobilization. The day you start talking to people and explaining the issue of the dirty money, sitting in Katonga will be a problem for them. In Najana Kumbi will be a completely difficult thing. So I think let us have the. My only worry that when we are here, we still have divided mind. There are those who want to focus on the election, and there are those like me who participated in the election, and I don't think election can change the government. I'm also here. Unless we answer this question, that either we have formation, because when I hear formation, those who want to contest for MP, for 83, for whatever, for them they would wish formation. Because at the end of the day, Lokwago, you spoke very well about the court. But for me, my belief that you are going to drag the court and the case will not be heard. They can even hear 2 days to nomination and they say the Katonga is the right, the Najana Kumbi is the right, is legitimate party. You would have left no option with all the follower. So I think we need to make this very clear. We go back and consult. Do we need a formation for election, or do we need to continue with the struggle? When we answer this, and I don't think that the few of us, one person, like for me, I present like about 300 population. I'm all alone here. I cannot speak for 300 people and say what I'm saying is correct. Let's go back. You, the team, move to regional level, have consultation, and try to talk to people, and you hear people's view. By the time we come for the delegate conference, we would have had an informed decision. But for me, I'm not going to Najana Kumbi because that is my position. I'm also like Chemujo. Because if you pick something and you eat alone and you want me to come and account, I will not be part of it. So, still talking of negotiation, if you have gotten a chair, that is your chair. But for us who are totally doing anything, we are not going to be part of that. The conditions are only simple. And which I know they are not willing. Because, you see, BCJ was carrying these people on his back thinking that they were a baby. These people were having ambition. They were even looking at the mother. Hey, he's also sitting there. Because they are wise. You are dealing with people who are wise. They know what they want. And they started eating with the regime long time. Notice of recently. So for them, they are established completely and they are ready. So for those who think you will go and negotiate, forget. Because that is part of the agreement. Just forget about it. So I thank those who participated. If we are forming structures for coordination, we go back and do it. Let's have the structures so that when Kaiser sends communication, it reaches the district level, goes to the sub-county level. But these are things I wanted us. We don't need to make a decision now. We agree that this option availed to us is a good one. We go back down. By the time we come back to the national, for the delegate conference, because conference we are convening is still in the name of FDC. So, I don't see a reason why we should start talking about which formation. And yet the delegate, which was called by chairman, is still in the name of FDC. So let this proposal still be all at hand as possible as. So thank you so much. I think that is my submission.
Go. I'll have the two of you. You'll be the last. Yes, the two of them. Yes, those will be the last two.
Thank you very much. Sospita Olenga is my name.
Yes, Sospita.
I hail from Teso Sub-Region, Serra District. It's a district. Minister, Teso is a region that has got very many things. Someone called the power that people suffered for. I remember with tear gas, Salamu, Doctor, and the rest were tear gas in a cubicle in a Neku village. And power was happy. Was from a scratch. Let me tell you the word. It was nobody, but today is betraying his mentor. Let me assure you, if Peter tried, but he tried before the Lord and said, forgive me, I've sinned. Don't betray the mentor. Don't. It's like your father. Immediately you see your father naked and you laugh. Better to kill you. You're wrong, man. This man should be sacrificed for the Ugandans. Never, never, never. Whether you're a girl, don't look at your mother naked or abuse him. You better to be killed. The Bible says that. You better to be killed. I'm too much annoyed. Okay. One, my president, as a legal team, take us a forth. Don't meet us around. Look at the situation. Where are we going? Then tell these people that it's like we are not getting. Okay? Tell us. I know with the lawyers. I know with the judges. You are a judge. At your level, you have hustled. You have handled things in this country. You know where we are heading. Who are heading? We're still making a snag. Tell us today or next time that NRM has already taken and you know the institutions are for them. You must be open. Finally, media, be our friends. I know some of you, you are very good people talking. But in your radio stations or TV stations, you're getting only 300,000. Be our friends and the struggle, we shall be giving you maybe 50 per month. And we deliver the country. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Olinga, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, can I have you? Senator, thank you so much.
I'm Bosco Nzima from Buikwe, protocol remain observed. I'm here just to, because I've heard most people think that coming up with the formation, we are targeting elections. I want to tell you what you know here is not what everybody knows out there. There are people who have completely different, they are not in touch with us. Formation can be one way to lure people to joining us. In the district I come from, Buikwe, I have over 5 councillors who have not gone to Najanankumbi to pick card, or they have not even shown interest to contest for next coming elections. But they are waiting to hear what Katonga is saying. They have been moving with me, they have been supporting me in whatever I do in connection to Katonga. But they are quiet when it comes to the forthcoming elections. So, for me, can be one way to lure these people coming to joining us. Because our president, the founding father, has ever said it, that election is one way into achieving what we want to do. So we can use it as a tool. If many people join us through this new formation, we can use them even before elections. We can command these people. You are there, that's the reason why you are here. We can command these people into the direction we want them to be, even before 2026. So let's not look at the formation as only one way to contest in the next elections. But it can be a tool used to lure people, because there are many people who don't have the knowledge we have. They don't know that elections cannot take President Museveni. For them, they think that still they can take on this government. But let's lure them. If the formation is in place and that's what they want, let them come. Then we will see it is our duty as the leaders to divert them and to lead them the direction we want them to go. However, much as I agree with the people that let's go back to our regions to convince people and to inform them about what we want or what is taking place. So number 3, we should seriously think about it. We shouldn't only look at it as a means to achieving elections, but it can also be used to bring people on board. That can be achieved. If we have the number we want, what will fail us?
Yes, thank you, Beikwe.
Thank you so much.
Beikwe, thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Namtumba Iganga.
Dr. Besige, I'm Mwinda from Iganga. Dr. Besige, I buy your idea. Actually, I want to second my chair colleague from Agago. We go back, but let's have this kind of forums, because Dr. Besige has a message. Actually, yesterday when I was having a district conference, these are some of the issues I was raising. Let's have issues. The revolution which came up in Iran, it had an issue. I think they had about 3 issues. The one which toppled the Tunisia man, the man who had been there for a long time, you remember? Bin Ali. Was it Bin Ali? Bin Ali. It was, people thought it was a small issue. But they pushed the man out. People rose up and the guards were there. But there was no way they could protect the man. So let's have issues. Honorable Member of Parliament from Hoima. MPs, I request most of you, the MPs, Honorable from Gulu City. There are so many issues. I mean, so many things which are happening in this country. No, I'm raising issues, Madam Salamu, issues I'm raising. Let our mobilization based on issues. What are you going to tell the people down there? Because people are saying, you know, do you know what the propaganda which has been there? Basically is the same. By the way, Dr. People have been saying, you are the same with Museveni. And some of us have also been taking a lot of time to explain that Dr. Besige is not the same like Museveni. Then you go, you take about 2 hours. So I wind up by saying, let's our campaign, our mobilization based on issues. As we go back, we are going to mobilize the population. Okay. By the time doctor comes, because this country is big, you can't expect the doctor to be everywhere. Or the party president. So, we do that, we have the information. Actually, the information you are raising, the Busia man. Doctor has talked about the economy. Why can't you give us the members of parliament? Why can't you give us information happening on, regarding the economy? Honorable Semuju raised the issue here regarding the debt of this country. The poverty level in the country is appalling, Dr. Besige. We can use that alone and we push out this fellow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are issues, council members. Every region has its own issues. In Acholi, the land, actually the war of northern Uganda is not over yet. It's not yet. There's so much issues. There are issues in every household. You don't even need to labor. They now understand. They are waiting for the plan. Yes, you've grabbed the mic. Can I give you a minute?
Thank you very much.
Quickly.
I'm called Tonda Charles by the names from Luka district. Actually, the problem is Dr. Kiza Besige. I'm standing here to beg you, together with all the council members who are here, to move that let the delegate conference be extended by 2 months, such that this team here, the founder, all the executive command, given a chance to advance the whole country. I beg to move.
Yes. Is that a motion? Can you present it in a motion way? You start up and say motion, and I'll accept.
I hereby request the National Council sitting today to agree with me on the 21st day of Feb to agree with me such that the delegate conference be extended for 2 months, such that, pardon? Reasons such that Dr. Kiza Besige has been disappeared. He has disappeared for quite a long time from the community. People need to hear actually what is from Dr. Kiza Besige. Since we had divisions which created Katonga and Najanankumbi, the side of Katonga has kept quiet. That's why I do move the motion that Dr. Kiza Besige be given time to advance the whole country such that the community hear about him and then they decide what to do. Thank you very much.
Can you draft a motion? You get what he's saying. Yes? Who is seconding? Can you? Yes, I'll come to you. Yes. Do it quickly, please.
I, Kamia, Chairperson, Ulvaga District, I second the motion.
All right. The objection, you have the floor. Who is moving the mic?
Madam Chair, I'm totally against
Go on.
reason being that the arrangement of 19th March, we are looking at where we can get new leadership. And the struggle we have, this is the best way. When we get people on board, we shall find a way how we can handle things properly. So if we continue postponing this program, it will not work out for us.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Then lastly, I wanted also to inform the people here that my people in Jinja City, they said Mbe in Rusoga means no. We are organized the people of Najanankumbi. That is the reason why you have seen all my MPs from Jinja City that have been together with you.
Yes, thank you, Lamo.
Yes, this is Justin Chairman Pader.
Pader, sorry.
I am here standing objecting this proposal.
Yes.
That one,
whose proposal?
that we don't give any more time.
Okay.
One, we are already time barred for the struggle. Two, I propose that if the national team are to go down, that should be done after the delegates conference.
Agago, I have heard you. We have heard you.
After the new leadership has been formed, that is when the new leadership can now reach down to the people.
That leadership has been heard. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Emmanuel Okori, Chairperson Mayuge. I want to deliberate on two issues. One, according to the report from the party president, saying that we should, on deliberation number 5, which talked about
Please be quick, eh?
which talked about dissolving the party. If I could recall well, in your submission, you said that the legitimate FDC leadership is here, and the true leaders of FDC sit in Katonga. If we have the baby in our hands, knowing very well that it belongs to us, why should we say that we destroy the baby? Point number 2 is about the battling in courts of law. I just want to bring it in a way of a parable. It's like you having issues with your woman, being suspicious
Your
that
wife.
the chairperson...
Your wife.
Sorry.
Your wife.
Your wife, yes,
Yes.
your wife. When you're suspecting that the chairperson LOC1 of your village is in relationship with your wife, and when you're complaining, you want someone to come and actually bring you together. You have the chairperson LOC1, the very person who is responsible for the problems in your house. I think it will not work. Going to Museveni's court to settle FDC problems that we are much aware that the trouble cause is the Museveni, and the courts that we are going to are appointed by Museveni. I think it is wastage of time.
Thank you very much,
I suggest that we go by Dr. Kiza Besje's teaching and proposal of defiance. We should defy. Let's just defy and continue as FDC. After all, we are not working to be to be accepted by Electoral Commission and the courts of law. All that we are working to see is to liberate our country. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. My name is Ongwens Kisangala, Chairman, Toro District. First, I would like to discuss my sister's, Ms. Lalami's proposal of a kind of a referendum, and to say that while the idea is very brilliant, it is not practical, given the time frame within which we are working. So I don't think that may work. And then on the 5
just like that,
optional ideas.
Just like that?
Yes. Okay. There's no time for referendum in a nature of referendum idea. The delegates conference that was that is slated for March, is it 15th? 19th, is a decision of the last delegates conference we had. And so this gathering cannot amend that. We simply have to go for the delegates conference, and that means we have only about 3 weeks to do that. So a referendum is not feasible in that kind of arrangement. And therefore, on the matter of these 5 proposals or options of approaches we can undertake, I would like to suggest that we seek to, what I seem to be gathering may not agree on a particular one, or it may be difficult. And therefore, let's seek to eliminate some. And so for me, I would suggest that we have a maximum of 3, which would be number 1, and the number 1, which is about fighting to rescue our party. I personally do not buy the idea, but if it is an idea that that could be taken up as the one to pursue, I would give you an idea of how to go about it. We agree. Courts in and of themselves will not give us our headquarters back. It will require serious matter of activism on the name, on account of we want Museveni hands off Najana Nkumbi. And for your information, that can actually be a springboard for the revolution. Then that happens. Some of you who were at the funeral arrangement of the late Muruana at National Theatre, you had the Honorable Betty Namboze speak there, and she appealed to don't leave Najana Nkumbi. Go and fight. Invite us. We will join up hands with you and go and fight and rescue Najana Nkumbi. After rescuing Najana Nkumbi, then they rescue DP, they rescue UPC, and so on. So I'm suggesting to you that if our interest is about rescuing Najana Nkumbi, we need to know that it will take a fight, not just in the court. The fight we will do in the streets, in office, government offices and all other places will facilitate the acceleration of court processes. Museveni himself will become interested in making sure that matter is disposed of very urgently. And after achieving it, then we can up the game. That can be an approach of actually igniting a revolution. So on the matter of my own interest in number 3 and number 4.
Yes, please. I want to wind you down.
Yes, where number 3 is having a new formation and number 4 is about establishing a social movement. These two are rather very similar in terms of facilitating our interests, which is taking power back to the people. The only difference between the two is that one, the idea of having a new formation, that is a new political party, enables us sponsor candidates in an election, and therefore these candidates, where we happen to have some elected and sworn in, they could help us with some resources here and there. That is the only unique thing a political party provides to our struggle. There is nothing else, I promise you. That is in comparison with just a social movement. The rest are just similar. The distinction about the movement and what it provides also uniquely is the ease with which it makes our association with other entities possible. That it makes our association with other entities, other political parties, rather possible. And so for me, if we narrowed our options to only these two and make a decision between these two, we would arrive at the decision quicker. But if we keep discussing all the 4, the 5, the 3, we will drag on and on and on. Otherwise, that's what I want to
thank you.
Thank you very
Colleagues, much. I want to remind us that we have not taken any decision yet, and that we are consulting, and that it's important to consult. And so I want to take back the microphone to the chair. I'm taking back the microphone to the chair. The sugar levels are going down, and I want to propose that we take a decision when we have enhanced the sugar levels. As you can see, people have to make it back. And so I'll now leave the guidance to the chair to take us to the next phase. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, the chairperson, Waswabiligwa. This is Kaliro speaking. My name is Jiwa Ivan. I have just one suggestion to make, and I'm deriving this from the president's speech. Mr. President, you gave 5 options for us, but out of the 5, I've found one. And I think it will proceed my anecdote. When my grandfather realized that his vehicle, nobody was still hiring it. The body had broken, but the engine was still strong and everything inside. He went and bought another body, shifted the engine to the new body, and now everybody was ready to hire his vehicle. My proposal is number 3. I beg Mr. Chairperson that we should form another brand. We should rebrand People always want new things. People will always jump on the new things. And we are in the 21st century where younger people are the majority. And younger people are always going with the new things. That is my submission.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we have heard everybody. No, the time. But since I know he's my chairman, so I don't want to lose the job. Yeah, my chairman, okay. Microphone's here, please. But don't take too long, my chairman. Yeah, very last one. I couldn't refuse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Hanguzi Kare, Chairman, Wakiso District, but also Governor. And actually, I'm hosting you. So to leave me without talking is very bad. Yes. I have the people, my people of Wakiso, and I think most parts of Uganda, are extremely exhausted. They have lost all the hope. You know, I don't know how I can term in English. So they are waiting for anything that can make this government go away. Therefore, you know, some of them had hope in Chagulanyi. They thought maybe Chagulanyi would bring what they wanted. But also Chagulanyi failed. So they are waiting for the command from Katonga. From Katonga. Because they know Katonga is the real. And they know that Katonga, when he has Dr. Vesije, they know it very well. Therefore, we want to organize. I am waiting for people who can say we go and organize. Because they have already said they have lost hope in elections. We have a challenge of some of our small individuals who want elections. They keep on refusing to tell them the truth that these elections, we are working from 7. Because when you want elections here in this struggle, you are really working from 7. There is no shortcut on that. Because M7 wants elections more than you. Therefore, we want to clear that. Actually, I had a problem here. My elections here, recently, last 3 days ago, I'm the new chairman. My people in the office were fighting me. Because they know I hate elections. That's the whole problem. They are fighting me because they know I hate elections. Actually, when you talk about elections, because we have seen what elections mean. Let what we want to do, we do it now. Because other things, even this Najanankumbi will get off. We shall take it over when we have finished this problem. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name is Sebata Fred from Chankwan's district. I've studied the observations very critically. But there is another option still. There is an option to merge with another weaker party. Because we can, being with these strong structures we have, we can merge. Because forming a new party takes a lot of time, takes a lot of resources, but we can merge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the National Council. I think this is a very wonderful conversation and engagement. I thank you very much. The ideas you are raising, all the views coming through are quite important in as far as the direction we want to take is concerned. Yes, they are valid. Yes, there are fears here and there. And I can see ambivalence on part of you, some of you. You are asking yourself a number of questions. They are hard decisions we have to take. Tough times call for tough decisions. Especially you mothers, you know that. Florence, they are decisions you have to take as a mother. FDC, we said, was birthed. It has faced challenges. At its 20th birthday, they are critical decisions we have to take. One thing you have to be cognizant. We can't take snap decisions. We can't rush decision making. We have to flip all sides of the coin. The debate has just started. The conversation, I'm glad, is within the domain where it belongs. It has to cascade it down. Like many of you have already observed, it has to go down to the branches, to the conferences we have in districts and elsewhere. And we also have members who are not within the country, who are in diaspora. All have to be on board. Consensus building is not in a family, because this is a family. Generating consensus is not easy. I invite you to exercise a lot of restraint and patience. Listen to one another. Be calm. Be accommodative. Be flexible. Scratch your heads. And we chart a way forward. You should also be mindful of the challenges we explained to you that we're encountering as the interim leadership. Organizing a delegates conference has also got its own challenges. Yes, the notice is already there. And if we were to have it on 19th, those are 3 weeks from now. There are lots of implications in that. From your analysis, and I want to request you, I don't want to push matters down your throats. Is it practicable for us to wind up the conversation that has just started today? Of course, for us who have been discussing these issues or the options, the menu were presented to you at NEC level, at the level of the National Council. And you've got your delegates, don't forget about that. All of you chairpersons of different districts, your delegates, you have to take the package back home. Before you crystallize your ideas here and say, this is my position, this is what I go with, remember the people you are leading from your area of jurisdiction. You reach there and they tell you, but who sent you to take that decision? And also, the fact you also need to reach out to the regions. It's equally important. Led by Dr. Chizabisi, to reach out. So, like you were told by our SG, we want to design outreach programs. We continue with this conversation. We take the right decision after reflecting on all these issues critically. And yes, we would have loved to have this, the delegates conference yesterday, but you know about this. How do we do it? How do we now balance all these factors? Because there was a motion that was presented here, and also there were dissenting views. There was a motion that we extended the delegates conference by 2 months. I think who moved the motion? And also there were dissenting views. We need to take a decision in the best interest of the party and in the best interest of the struggle. the interests of our country. So what decision do we go with? We extend by 2 months, reach out to the people, to the branches. And then, because remember, you have to guide you on this. The final decision rests with the delegates conference. They have to pronounce themselves on this matter. Just imagine the time we have taken here. And at a delegates conference, not everybody will have the opportunity to speak. Just like we did, at least we made efforts to reach out to your areas in the run-up to the 19th September delegates conference. At least we were with Mama here in Acholi. Florence, you organized, and you gave us some sumptuous food there. In Masaka, all the regions were there. Many of the regions, at least we tried our best to be there. I think it's only fair that this time around, as we prepare to take this very important decision in the future, regarding the future of the struggle, specifically regarding the future of the struggle, that we take precaution, we do it meticulously, that we do it with a lot of caution. So it's inevitable and it's imperative that we reach out to the regions, and we must come out and interface with your members. You'll have to organize. So how much time do you need to organize at that level? All those interactions we need, how much time do you need so that we come here after we have done all those rounds across the entire country and we have consulted our brothers elsewhere outside the country, we come to pronounce ourselves on any of those 3 options, the 5 options. I've had the 6th one now. We pronounce ourselves once and for all without anyone claiming that they have been left behind. It's very, very, very dangerous to leave out the members, to leave members behind. We don't want anybody left behind, and we want to generate consensus. How much time do we need? I think that is the question. As far as the status of the case is concerned, I also share your concerns. That, you see, we are operating in a territory which does not belong to us. Actually, if anything, the judiciary is also under captivity. That's for a fact. But we have to exhaust all the available options. You get it? We have to do that. They are still, because it was a resolution of the delegates conference that sat here, they told us, please go to court. But for record purposes and for posterity, there are processes we have to explore and also make sure that at least we have exhausted all the options not to be blamed tomorrow. We told you we have reinforced and re-energized, enhanced our team. It's now formidable enough. Let them also do their work, but that wouldn't deter us from proceeding with a decision on any of those options. Let's not peg our decision on the outcome of the court process. I think that would be counterproductive. It would be detrimental if we did that. So I invite you not to do so. But we've got to take a decision one way or the other. Just like the mother will have to endure the pain when the umbilical cord is being cut, there are decisions you'll have to take painstakingly for the good of the struggle. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Oh, I'm happy. I'm almost just 30 minutes late from the time I said that we should finish 3 o'clock. It's almost 3:30 right now. Last word. My last word is simple. I'm 75 years old. And people who are 75 make decisions. Those who are young, dilly-dally, because they have time. Isn't it? So for me, I've moved ahead. I just said, why don't I just change one word in FDC? But without changing anything. Meaning, Just take one F and say front for democratic change. And you move on. Anyway, that's my opinion. That is my opinion. Still go and talk to your people. But I just want you to know that some of us have what? Moved their thinking ahead. Okay? I truly, truly thank you so much for having taken this time to come here. It's a very, very difficult, and most of you, of course, use your own resources. We don't have resources. But we have shamed everyone who thought because of money we cannot hold delegate conferences or national council. We have done so and successfully, and I thank you so, so very much, especially those who are new in your chairs. I welcome you to work with you, and of course I'm going to stand for being your chairman again. I hope you give me a karuru. So now we're going to make a decision now. We're sitting at Yogira. Your chairman hasn't really spoken. Your chairman has been very good. Has allowed you. Anyway, what we need to take now is a decision on whether to extend, okay, the delegate conference instead of having it in March, on March 19th. One said 1 month extension, others said number 2 months extension. So can we take a decision on this? Resolution has already been put forward. The motion has already been put forward. So let me hear the nays for 1 month. Nay and nay. I know I'm going to finish. I don't want to go back. From today, or from the 19th of March, okay, are with us to say 2 months extension. 2 months from 19th. Okay, 1 month, only 1 month. Okay. From 19th. I think 1 month from the 19th. Yeah. I think, Wanji? My president here is saying something. Please explain, because you're a lawyer, you could help me. I don't want to go.
You see, I just want us to be realistic on this, colleagues. We are going to have meetings. Look at the party constitution here. Just party constitution here. On page 53 of the party constitution. Actually, they should be. We have 20 regions. As FDC, 20 regions. And for record purposes, we have Acholi, Bugishu, Buket, Bunyoro, Busoga, Central Buganda, East Yankole, East Buganda, Kampala, Karamoja, Chigezi, Lango, North Buganda, Rwenzori, Sebei, South Buganda, Teso, Toro, West Yankole, West Nile. 20. So if every week, for example, you need a region, those would be 20 weeks. How many months are those? That's quite a lot. Yes, that is not tenable. And here, you need the entire team with the Dr. Besigye and everybody, unless you are saying we omit some regions. And I want us to, yes, if we are to combine them, you will have 2 regions per week. Those are 10 weeks. Yes, it can happen. I remember when we went to northern Uganda, we had to struggle to move from Acholi, and as we are still addressing them, this one is, you rush to Rango, we are supposed to rush here. And it was like a whirlwind kind of exercise. So, Let us be scientific in our decision. You get it? So if there are 10, if there are two regions per week, those are weeks. So you calculate that, and then we come here and take a decision, an informed decision. We need to take an informed decision when everybody is on board. Let me give you this example as I conclude. How powerful propaganda can be. The delegate from, no, not Manaf, was it from Mbale City? He said all along he believed that all the MPs belonged to Naja. Can you imagine? Until he came here and by the way, let me tell you this for the record. The message you should take back there. Naja Nankumbi, there are only 3 MPs. Only 1, 2, 3. Nandala himself. No, they are 4, sorry. They are 4. Nandala, Ekanya, Sasaga, and Nsibambi. Only 4. There is one Okoti Pibiteke, is just ambivalent. He's like this. He oscillates between here and there. So they have only 4 who are there. So please, that propaganda can be. Yes. So I wanted to cut it short by asking you colleagues, let us be scientific in our decision. 20 regions, and we have to crisscross all the regions with our leader, Dr. Chiza Besigye. We have to be on the move all through. So how much time do we need?
Okay, 2 months. Agree? Who says yes? Who says no? 2 months takes it. Thank you. Okay. Hey, that's not enough for me. Come on, clap. I worked so hard. Okay, now my friends, colleagues, brothers and sisters, I truly, truly thank you so much for coming. And now we should have something to eat. And then the administration will talk to you about the rest of whatever's going to take place. But indeed, I'm really, really very happy to see that all of you have come. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Travel safely. Amen. One Uganda. One people. Ra. Cha. National anthem, please.
Can we have the anthems in reverse order? Buganda, East Africa, and Uganda. We want to thank you, retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye. You will address us after we've closed the meeting. The meeting is adjourned. Okuvedane devyo lyona line gwanga Buganda lyamanyibwa nnyo eggwanga lyaffe kwetolola ensi zonna twesimye nnyo olwa Buganda yaffe ekitiibwa kya Buganda kyava dda naffe tukikuumenga Mungu twaomba ujilinze tujimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. O Uganda.
Tusaba Mukama nokowa ne tukowa tubadde tubivuddeko okumanya nasanyuse nekyayiyagise ng'ekikopo n'ekyasa ng'akulidde mu lukwago eryasidala mutefuula Kampala amaze okuzaawuka Kampala ateredde mu ntebe y'obwammeeya awammeeya eryasa wammeeya obwavu n'obujama biweddewo olukwago kasonze
The Alternative Dig Talk. Real issues, real talk.